to court and tell you that the witness is not available. So there is possibility that the witness will come to court today, 5 of them, and all of them testify, and tomorrow judgment is delivered. So it is possible. So that is why we said.
So you mean these trials are not rushed?
No, they are not. In fact, the difficulties that we are having when it comes to the normal trial is the fact that you will have the prosecutors, they will come in court, and there are certain times their witness will tell you that we will come to court, but the witness will not come. But for this, we ensure we embark on effective public education, we embark on effective public information using community radios and other means of communication at various community levels. So everybody is aware that at today the 17th, the High Court will be holding a criminal session in Condom, and all litigants, all witnesses, they should be there. And this morning, from the update that I have from Mr. Francis Moye, who is the PRO2, and also with his photographer, they told me that a lot of people turned out. So by the time we complete the 2 weeks, what will happen? We will have completed all of these cases. And also the judge who is in Kono will move to another area. He will move to Kabbalah to ensure that on the 27th, so he would have completed his 2 weeks in Kono. Then he moved to Kabbalah and he spent another 2 weeks there. So for us, it is very, very effective because of the mechanism we put in place.
So let's talk about some of these cases that come up in these criminal sessions.
Yes, I was looking at the cases, and it's a little bit worrisome, taking into consideration that we have for those cases, we have the increase in number of those in possession with kush. You understand, it's very alarming. Those that have been committed to High Court, they are in possession of kush. I can tell you they form almost 45% of the total number of cases. And we also, in the provinces, we also have the issue of murder, robbery with aggravation. There are heinous offenses when it comes to the session than any other session, you see. And you have sexual penetration is also on the increase. So you'll discover that for us, our mandate is to ensure if somebody is found guilty, that person is punished in accordance to the law. What we are discussing this morning, looking at the ages of this inmate, it is very fitting for other institutions, not the judiciary, because we are subjected to the law. If anybody is found wanted, that person will be sentenced, taking into consideration either the mitigating factor or the aggravating factor. But no matter what it is, the person will be sentenced, except in a situation where there is a defense to his action, that person will be acquitted and discharged. But other than that, that person will be sentenced. But the principal aim of the criminal session is to decongest the prison. You understand? Now, I will do it, not that we are going there to release everybody, whether you are guilty or not. No. Within the process, let us say if we have 38, most likely there are people that have committed an offense, but they have expressed remorse, and the offense is not serious. The judge will temper justice with mercy by saying you are released, and that's also we have reduced government expenditure when it comes to taking care of inmates in those parts of the country.
But Moses, there are sentencing guidelines. How would a judge just use its discretion?
The aspect of discretion when it comes to sentencing, you understand, it is not with the sentencing guidelines is applicable for sexual offenses cases. For the sexual offenses cases, it says if you are within the age of 12. In fact, for the Sexual Offences Act, it reduces the age of criminal responsibility from 14 to 12. So if you have a penetrated case and you are at the age of 12, you can be sentenced a minimum of 5 years. So if you are 18 years to 23, which is the young person, you can be sentenced for a minimum of 10 years. If you are 23 upwards, you can be sentenced for a minimum of 15 years, and you can attract life imprisonment depending on the seriousness of the offense. You understand? But also you talk about the discretion of a judge. Now, we have in law what we call the mitigating factor and the aggravating factor. There are certain times crimes are committed, but the person did not commit that crime with intent.
Okay.
Once a crime is committed with intent, it is a serious offense. That is to say, you plan it and you executed your plan. But there are certain times you commit an offense without intent. So that is the difference. Okay. So in such situation, you will discover that both of you are charged for wounding, you understand, with intent.
Okay.
But within the process of investigation, evidence proved that you did not do that act with intent, whilst that other person do the act with intent. Obviously, the sentencing will be different.
Okay, to be lighter for those without intent and
yes. So there are certain times, even if they discover that no, it was done without intent, then obviously the judge will say, okay, you are acquitted and discharged what you are wrong. So we have to give the judge the laxity. But when it comes to sexual offenses cases, there are limited.
And murder too?
No, murder, it all depends.
Okay.
If the intent is not there but you murder, it will be reduced to manslaughter. And you will be tried and sentenced maybe for 2 years, 3 years, just for you to know that what you did
is wrong.
Okay. But frankly, the session we are constrained with the number of judges.
Yeah, because that's what I was coming to next. When will you appoint judges to be resident in these areas rather than conducting these criminal sessions over the years?
Well, besides the resident judges or the issue of resident judges, before we had, and because of things beyond our control, retirement as prescribed by law.
There are so many young upcoming.
Yes, that is what we are saying. Because retirement and death also, it is a process. Okay. The Honorable Chief Justice is expeditiously moving to ensure that we have judges and magistrates. Recently, all over the country. Recently, you discover that we issue out vacancies for magistrates as well as for magistrates. So if we have some magistrates, automatically there will be something like a promotion. Some magistrates will move up, become judges, and some other people will apply that have reached the age of, that have spent 10 years in the bar, will apply to become a judge. But what the CJ is using right now is to ensure, he beseech his judges to ensure that, please, if you have 10 cases, ensure that you complete it, because I want you to cover Kabbalah, I want you to cover McKinney. And the method he is using, the judges, they are extremely happy to give their all in all. It's not about, I have this case in Freetown, I'll not go there, but his approach to them. That is why you see these young judges, they've moved there. Justice A.K. Musa is currently in Kono. He has started the session. You have Justice Abubakar Sano in Maboka. He have also started the session. And on the 27th, you will have Justice Bawo, and you will also have other judges that have been assigned to carry out these cases. Ultimately is to ensure we decongest the prison and to ensure that we save money for government, so that, you know, just calculate it, government is spending not less than 16,000 old loans and 16 loans, new loans, just a day for inmates, just one inmate. So you calculate it, 16 loans, which was initially, they will be living, which was initially 16,000. You understand? Initially it was 60,000, now it's 16 loans. So if you calculate, assuming that
breakfast, lunch, and dinner,
no, just on food. So assuming that somebody is sentenced for 5 years. When I calculated it, it gives you something like 28,800,000. So we agree that there are certain times, that is why even besides the criminal session, we have other sessions with the Honorable Chief Justice under the law has rights to institute. But now what specifically he is looking at is to ensure that those who have not been served with an indictment, and they have been there for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months without having access to the High Court.
Some have been there for like over 2 years.
We don't have that case.
Not anymore.
No, we don't have that case. That is the essence. We are doing this thing is to ensure that we adhere. When we initially started, there were people from 2003.
So all of them have
yes, and I can tell you the longest I've gone through the list. I will share it with you.
Okay.
The longest time they have spent there is 3 months, 4 months.
For now.
Okay. And we want to ensure that we address that issue, because keeping them there for a long time, they couldn't have access to the High Court. It is also violation of their rights. Okay. So the essence of the criminal section is to address the rights of inmates. Mind you, besides restricting their movement, they should enjoy all other rights like any other person.
Yeah, they should be
and also the aspect to have
trade and all of these.
Yes, and also to have access to the High Court is a matter of right. It's not a matter of wish by anybody. So that's why we are compelled. When I started, I said by virtue of section 131 of the Criminal Procedure Act, the Honorable Chief Justice is compelled by law. So in that issue of it is also in our strategic plan, in the justice sector strategic plan, to ensure that we create access. So this time it is not the inmates coming to court, but it is the judges. The judges are moving to the locations where they are, and they try them there.
Okay. And also, Moses, one other thing I want to ask is, sometimes I don't know what the judiciary have done with regards to that. Sometimes some cases, you see them in court and they're not even worthy of being in court. You see people being sent to Condom, the correctional centers, with as little as deaths, and some of these charges that they give big names to, they are petty offenses, and we know organizations are working towards reducing some of those sentencing, and making it, with a little fine or punishment rather than taking them to prison.
Yeah, I will agree with you to some extent in the past. That is why you discover that we came up with the bail and sentencing guidelines, which you reference.
Okay.
In the new CPA, which hasn't come to force yet, we have various forms of sentencing. Mind you, we are pushing the bail regulation. Okay. The Chief Justice, the current Chief Justice, is highly committed. He was a member of the bail committee, the bail and sentencing committee, and he was a very senior member. So when he came recently, he ensured that the bail regulation, we reproduced over 500 copies of it and we distributed them. Okay. Now for the issue of bail, we have said when somebody comes to court for minor offenses like criminal trespass, abusive language, threatening remarks, what happened upon first appearance, they must be granted bail, and it's a matter of must. Before coming to the station, I was at Padema Road to ensure that, in fact, he also gave the directive that from 12 to 1, it is a process wherein bail granted should be processed. So, because what is happening, people will keep the bail to 2, 3 o'clock to ensure that somebody is sent to prison. We are monitoring, and we are saying if any magistrate or any judicial staff is part of it, you understand, that person will be queried. Okay. So it is very clear. But let me just say this. When it comes to sentencing, we cannot say you should not be sentenced. Okay. If there is an evidence that for every crime, which evidence proves that you committed it, you should be sentenced. But what we are trying to do in this new CPA, the new CPA, the 2004 CPA, it is yet to be enforced, but we have various forms of sentencing. We have community punishment, wherein for minor offenses like those you've outlined, you will be asked to serve your community. If for SLBC, we will say, okay, you are sentenced to 3 years or 4 months to community punishment, and you will come to SLBC. they will assign you to SLBC with your prison attire. We also have what we call, in that thing, we have what we call deferred sentence.
But will you be locked up in that?
No, you will not be locked up. But if you are living, if you are living your own, in fact, what we have to do is to popularize the prison attire. So once you are seen, everybody will know that you are an inmate. You understand? So if you are leaving your house to come to SLBC, you should put it on. You understand? And we also have the deferred sentence. The deferred sentence, we've learned that if somebody is a principal caregiver, the person will not come to court and the person has been found wanting. You just sentence the person like that without putting things in place. So we'll give you the opportunity.
That's a human
go to your family, set up your family, know somebody that is responsible enough that you will leave your kids, which will give you 3 months, 4 months, after which you come to do your sentencing. And we have also what we call deferred sentencing, wherein suspended sentencing, wherein you might have committed an offense, but it was not with intent. Mind you, you will commit an offense with intent, you will also commit an offense without intent. So in other words, we will tell you that, okay, since you've committed this offense, you have been found wanting, but because it was committed without intent, or because you've shown remorse within the process when you'll be asked, what do you have to say? My Lord, I'm sorry, it was ABC and D. Then they will tell you that you will be sentenced. So you are sentenced to 2 years. But you will not be in custody. But the essence about it, you will be like any other free man. But you should not, within the period of sentencing, you should and must not commit any offense that is similar.
Like a probation.
That is similar. We tested when we did the pilot phase. We tested it with somebody that has XXY chromosome. They are Superman. So as a result, the person will report to the paramount chief. You know what? They said this person came and used abusive language, but I did not respond. I'm just a peaceful man. So you see, we've put a lot of things in place to ensure that the aspect of locking people in prison should not be the order of the day.
Thank you so much, Moses El Kamara, the PRO of the Sierra Leone Judiciary. And for another issue this afternoon, the Sierra Leone Police, in partnership with the SNRSA, Freetown City Council, and other organizations, are on a massive operations to give a facelift to the Central Business District. On the 1st of February, 13 streets within the CBD were cleared of commercial bikes, and last week, Thursday, an operation to clear the streets of garages was also done by the police. Well, for more on this, I have in the studio Chief Inspector of Police Edward Kotokoma. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the program.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me.
So first of all, before we go to clearing the CBD of garages and other derelict vehicles, let's talk about, give us an update about the CBD, the bikes not being there. How has it been so far?
Okay, thank you very much again, and good afternoon, viewers and listeners. So when we came back after the festive seasons, and we observed that we had too many crashes. So on that background, the corporate directorate put out a work plan for the SLP that all directorates are given a mandate to fulfill, so that the work of the SLP can be visible. So for us, the traffic directorate, we looked at 3 thematic areas that should be addressed: overloading of vehicles, plying with licensed and unregistered vehicles, and the street garages as well. So we had a stakeholders meeting before going into the operation, where we called all the transport people, the bike riders, the chairman, so that we can come, that this is our plan, to see that we bring in sanity on the Central Business District. Okay. So that's the background.
So far I want to update on how has it been?
So the CBD in particular, I think people can agree with me, those who have been in the Central Business District, that we have achieved 85%. Okay. 85% compliance so far.
So now let's talk about the clearing of the streets of street garages and all. Let's talk about how it went for the first
46 vehicles that have been abandoned by owners on the right of way. So they are presently at our custody, and those who are owners, when they come with your documents and we verify them, then you can be charged and pay your fine, so that we make
revenue. So how much is the fine?
Well, it depends on the kind of vehicle you own. But the range is, as long as we have booked it, that is, it has been taken for where it was and down to our custody, the fine will be 1,000. You pay to the government.
So what about the garages? Anyone closed down?
Well, in fact, I have the statistics with me, what we did last year. And for last year's operation countrywide, we were able to either caution or close about 150 garages all over the country. If we see you have an appropriate place to do your operation, but you are not licensed, you are not registered, you can be warned to do so. Because this is a law country, and whatever you're doing, you must do it appropriately. So for last year's operation, we cautioned, and even we have to close up garages to the tune of 150 garages for last year's operation. And we have started again. We started on the 13th and looking at the Central Business District, and today we are going to continue at the Eastern. So as I'm speaking, the operation is ongoing at the Eastern.
Well, thank you very much. Continue to stay with us in the program. It's Chief Inspector of Police Edward Kotokamara. Well, the podium is going for a short break. When we return, we shall be having an interview from the Teaching Service Commission, and also we have a guest from the Legal Aid Board of Sierra Leone. Keep watching the SLBC. The program is The Podium, coming to you live on Slbc Television in Freetown. Be reminded that you can be part of the program. Send your messages to 030-073-719. The Teaching Service Commission has completed an investigation into 12 principals who failed to submit Year 2 continuous assessment grades for the worst candidates this year, and will affect more than 1,400 candidates for the exams. As a result, the Commission and the Ministry of Basic Education said these heads of schools will face suspension and automatic replacement. The schools are mostly private. It could be recalled that last year, 100 refused to upload their continuous assessment grades for their 2025 worst candidates, especially their Year 2 continuous assessment grades. So the normal practice should be, because the candidates have to go through 3 years of senior secondary education, they should upload all 3 years of continuous assessment grades for them. So these 12 that the Commission has taken this decision to suspend, and well, with other actions, are the ones that have not provided continuous assessments for their year.
Do you want to name some of these schools?
Of course, yes. We have a list. We have a list, and the schools that are defaulting, we have a list of 12 schools, and out of these 12 schools, we have 5 that are government-assisted schools, and 7 that are private schools. We have the Biopharma Senior Secondary School in Karine District, which is a government-assisted school. Dr. Khan Royal School of Excellence at Tombo is also a government-assisted school. Hazard Kings International Senior Secondary School, it's a government-assisted school. And Bringing Brotherhood Together Senior Secondary School.
So when you think that there is this delay, in submitting the class for these pupils, now, according to sources, the school authorities are the ones to blame. Yeah? Because let's say, for example, there are a certain number of pupils that the government pays was fees for. And if the number exceeds those that are supposed to benefit from this government grant, and probably the heads of schools want to probably add some names. For example, somebody comes, the person did not sit in SF.
That ends up, affecting their grades, their final grades, negatively, eventually after their exams or when their grades are out. So it's the students that have been suffering. So now this is why we are here, because it is their duty to ensure. So like you rightly said, it could be possible that it is because they actually do not have cash for them. That's why they cannot. And remember, the ministry, like you rightly said, is paying a lot of money for all these candidates. So if you is the communications officer of for another issue this afternoon, following the arrest of civilians and serving military personnel in their involvement in the attack on military facilities in Freetown on the 26th of November 2023, which the government of Sierra Leone described as a failed coup d'etat. Majority of the suspects involved in the act were brought before the court of law to prove their innocence. During the trial, Legal Aid Board, whose mandate is providing free legal representation and support to widows and women who are survivors of domestic violence, among others, made an outstanding representation as they were able to free one among convicted soldiers at the just concluded court-martial. Well, what does this mean for justice in Sierra Leone? Well, in the studio, I have Ibrahim Bangura, Human Resource Manager, Lead Defense Legal Aid Board, Sierra Leone. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the podium.
Good afternoon, and thank you.
Now, as an institution, what does this mean? You representing someone in a case as big as a coup d'etat.
Well, it means a lot insofar as dispensation of justice is concerned and access to justice, which is our mantra. We have the mandate as an institution to provide pro bono legal services to indigent Sierra Leoneans, and that is a very big achievement to us, because insofar as human rights is concerned, as provided or protected by our constitution, fair trial is a bedrock to justice within our civil as well as the military justice system.
Okay. So how did you come about representing that soldier?
Yeah, so the first step it has to come from the election of the accused person who is facing trial.
So he asked for your representation?
Yes. So through they had to contact us, and some of them who we are not able to approach, their family members contacted us. So we did our assessment and realized that some of them met the threshold to be provided legal aid with.
But they were serving military personnel. How are they considered indigent?
Well, the aspect of assessing somebody to, consider him or her to be an indigent is solely for the board. There are set parameters that we look at, and leading of those parameters will be your monthly income, how much you earn monthly, and after that there are other things we have to look at.
And also, the case was legal aid is a government institution, right?
Sure.
And the case was a government case. Let's talk about, critics may say, it's unlikely for the legal aid board to be part of such.
Well, so that is the beauty of democracy. On the one hand, the state has an institution or a team of prosecutors, but on the other hand, it also provides, team of lawyers who will assist in defending the public. So I can say, it goes to show how much we revere our constitution, how much we see our constitution to be sacrosanct, because when you look at fundamental human rights in the constitution, they are very, very much sacrosanct and clear. So the government, in its attempt to make sure that fair trial becomes, the order of the day, irrespective of where you find yourself, whether you're a civilian or a military man. So the government has set up, or through Parliament, the Legal Aid Board since 2012, which has been in operation to make sure that whether you are working, whether you are working as a private person or you are working for the government, so long as you meet the threshold after our assessment, the board provides represent. We went with that, and we are quick to formulate our defense. And because the trial was a full-blown one, and the state called witnesses, and then after their case, we were given the opportunity equally to present our case and then make legal arguments. So at the end of the day, the court, the board members had to assess the evidence before the courts, the testimonies of witnesses, and then they returned with a verdict of not guilty in respect of that accused person.
So was it the only one who you represented?
No, well, because there were two trials going on at the same time. We had one which was in relation to the June-July incident of 2023, and then we had the other one that was in relation to the incident of the 26th day of November 2023. So of the 6 personnel who were before the court for the incident of June-July, we represented 2. And then for the other trial...
So just hold on there, what was the outcome?
The first trial, all of them were convicted. Okay. All of them were found guilty by the court. So that was for the June-July incident. And then for the November incident, we have 7 military personnel who we are facing trial, and of those 7, we are representing 6 of them. Oh. So out of the 6, we had one who was acquitted and discharged, and the other one who, out of 6 offenses for which he was before the court, he was found not guilty for 5, and the lesser offense for which he was charged, he was convicted of and sentenced to 18 months in prison.
Okay, so now in cases like this, that this soldier was acquitted and discharged, what does it mean? Would he get compensation for being in prison for that amount of time and being free at the end of the day?
Well, the truth is that it always goes to show that he has successfully, proved his innocence, or we have helped him achieve that. Since he was presumed innocent, we helped him to prove his innocence. So what it means, because for the others who we have convicted, they were dismissed, and then for him, he has to be
Will be
reinstated. Of
reinstated.
course, he has even.
So he will never be compensated for being 2 years.
Well, that's
After reinstation, would he get a backlog of his 2 years salary?
Of course, his salary will be running. As a matter of fact, throughout the trial, when the trial was going on, we ensured that the presumption of innocence was at play, that his salary was running, and the fact that he was not convicted, he was not convicted. It means that he will continue to receive his salary and he will continue to be part of his employment.
Okay, this is a major win for you as an institution. So how far do you plan to go in ensuring that just people get justice, those who cannot afford legal fees?
Well, we've been consistent in doing this, because even before this court martial, the first court martial that was held at the law court, we again made a representation for a huge number of them, and then we are successful again to make sure that one walk outside on the grounds that he was mentally not fit. I mean, he was insane. So he was found not guilty by reason of insanity. So we've been very consistent, not only for cases like this. We have other cases, sexual penetration, other offenses. We make representation for civilians, women, the children. So we've been doing this, and we are consistent in it, and we are making sure that we will continue to do our best in the best interest of our clients.
Now, there are people out there who might be watching, and they need some of these representation, but they cannot get access to you. Let's talk about how can people get access to you and you being able to represent them.
Okay, so first, for those who are in conflict with the law, some of them, they are incarcerated for, the offenses for which they are under investigation or for which they are on trial. So if they have family members, they can approach the board to say that our relative or XYZ is in custody, but then he's requesting for your representation. And we, having had such a request, will have to probe further to assess.
Can you just give out your address, sir?
Of course, in Freetown, in the western area, we are at Wilberforce Street, the head office, 27 Wilberforce Street, and we have a branch at Waterloo. So we have an office at Waterloo, and we have
so you
the
take
head
cases
office
for people all over the country?
Across the country. Okay. So we have locations in different parts of the country. Moyamba, Kenema, Condom, McKinney, and everywhere we ensure that access to justice, is achievable. So
and now we know that some of these issues, the lawyers charge to represent you, and you don't. How do you get funding to do all of your work?
Well, like I said, it's a government institution.
So you have subvention from the government?
Yes. So we are paid monthly, though there have been cries and a lot of challenges, but like I've said, it's the love, the passion for the work we do, and for some, it's purely the humanitarian aspect of it.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Continue to stay with us in the program. He is the Human Resource Manager and Lead Defense Legal Aid Board Sierra Leone, Ibrahim Bangura. Well, still with me in the studio is the PRO of the Judiciary of Sierra Leone, Moses L. Kamara. And Moses, as we round up the program, and now the judges are in Condom and Tonkolili. Let's talk about next stop until the time frame of the criminal session comes to an end.
Yeah, on the 27th, as I said earlier on, we'll be having the Honorable Justice Francis Banks Kamara, who will be in Pujon, and also Justice Bo, he will be in Cambia, and Justice A.K. Musa, who is currently in Kono, will move to Kabbalah for another 2 weeks. So he will be spending something like a month in the provinces because he is a High Court judge resident in Freetown. And also for those other ones that I've named, they are the resident judges, like Justice Bao is a resident judge in Port Loko, and Justice Ano is a resident judge in Makeni. But he's also covering Mabuka.
So the duration of the criminal session for
it's a total of a month. You get the first set that commenced today. They will be for 2 weeks. They will end on the 27th, and another set of judges will take it from the 27th and it will extend to another 2 weeks.
So for how many districts?
So we say for the locations, we have Pujon, we have Shebrima, we have Kambia, we have Kabbalah, and we have Konamabuka, 6 locations.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Moses Kamara. And to you, finally, Chief Inspector, Police of Police Edward Koto Kamara. Let's talk about will this be an ongoing process, or will this just be for a time and then you cease and then you take up another year?
Well, it's not going to cease. It's not going to cease. If they are complying as they are complying now, we still continue to be very robust in our operations because we have set out our priorities that the central business district will be an ongoing area for commercial bike riders, mostly. For even the private is what we are going to start. If you have your private bike, please you get your helmet, your crash helmet. Even in case you have a pylon, both of you must be with a crash helmet. So this is going to be strictly enforced. There will be no background at all until we see what we want.
Okay, for the abandoned vehicles, if they are not claimed, what do you do?
Well, in fact, Section 120 of the Road Traffic Act 2007, Act number 5 of 2007, makes it clearly an offense for leaving your vehicle, in that dangerous manner. Because what we had just during the festive season, we lost a very important person due to a parking of a vehicle on the highway. In the name of Tedibongo, I think all of us are aware of that. So this is going to be a no-turn operation. And today, as I told you, we are going to penetrate at the east end of Freetown because there we have so many garages and so many issues. So the operation is there ongoing as I speak here to see that we clean up the city effectively.
All right. Well, thank you so much. And finally to you, Ibrahim Bangura from Legal Aid Board. In summary, let's talk about the positive outcomes of the cases you represented. Like a brief statistics of them.
Yeah, so Legal Aid Board, we have in criminal matters, the worst cases, we have them. We represent people who are, who have committed serious offenses. So for criminal matters, if I can to rate our performance in terms of successes, it cannot be more than 40% because we have, like I said, the worst cases. In civil matters, yes, it's a way to go because, we have ensured that across all courts, in cases dealing with children, women, we are the lead legal aid provider.
So do you deal in divorce cases?
Well, yes. Okay. Yes.
And you ensure that alimony is paid?
Of course. Okay. Even in maintenance cases, for women who are going through a lot with their children, single mothers, and the fathers to those children renege on their responsibilities, we go after them and make sure that those children and the mothers, they have justice. So it's been part of, our work to make sure that every sector, you know, is provided with legal aid, so long as they meet the threshold. Well, for children, I mean, we don't even subject them to the means test, because the presumption is the children cannot afford the services of lawyers, so we make representation for them.
Okay.
So it's been like that, and it's so across the country.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're most welcome.
Well, that's how we end the podium for this afternoon. Many thanks to my studio guest, the PRO of the Judiciary of Sierra Leone, Moses L. Kamara, Chief Inspector of Police Edward Koto Kamara, and Ibrahim Bangura from Legal Aid Board of Sierra Leone. Our quote for today came from Theodore Roosevelt, the 26th American president, and it says, "No man is above the law and no man is below it, nor do we ask any man's permission when he needs to obey it." My producer has been Salma Taba. My name is Dapki Zainab Kama. The podium returns on Wednesday, same time. Goodbye.
Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation has an important public notice from the Office of the President. The general public is hereby informed that Armed Forces Day will be observed on Tuesday, 18th February 2025. Accordingly, Tuesday, 18th February 2025 will be a public holiday nationwide.
Broadcasting Corporation Television on Channel 31. This is News Brief with me, Dennis Fraser. During the 38th Africa Union Summit, President Julius Nyerere has led a crucial meeting on United Nations Security Council reform as coordinator of the Africa Union Committee of 10. He pushed for Africa's demand for permanent seats. C10 leaders met to strengthen Africa's push for Security Council reform. They reaffirmed the Ezuluweni census, demanding 2 permanent seats with veto power and 2 additional non-permanent seats. The committee endorsed its 25th report and approved decisions from a recent foreign ministers meeting in Algiers. These will now go to the AU Assembly for adoption. A key moment was the presence of Philemon Yang, President of the United Nations General Assembly. President Bio welcomed him as a special guest and stressed his role in steering negotiations on reform. Africa remains firm in its demand for a stronger voice in global decision-making. The fight for equal representation at the United Nations continues. The Armed Forces Technical Educational College has partnered with the National Youth Commission to train military personnel and young people on vehicle maintenance, solar and renewable energy, electrical and electronics, technology, tourism and hospitality, among others. Of the 152 who completed the program, 102 were young women. Of these, 80 were sponsored by the National Youth Commission. It was part of the Commission's Youth Empowerment and Human Capital Development Program aimed at empowering young people with skills needed for the job market. Commissioner, National Youth Commission, Ahmed Atata Mansaye, promised to scale up the number in the next academic year from 80 to 300 youths. The graduates were lauded the Commission for such empowerment and promised to put into practice what they've learned. Various authorities encouraged the graduates to make good use of the skills acquired. For the support, acknowledging that the financial assistance has removed a major obstacle in pursuing their educational career. And that's the end of News Brief, which came to you from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation Television on Channel 31. Keep watching. Goodbye.
15th of February 2025. I beg your pardon. Hello and welcome to Sport Update live on TV. I am Frances Pannan. Coming up in today's edition of the program, we shall be discussing the 25 names called up for training local-based players by new coach Mohamed Kalon, and also Sierra Leone Chinese Boxing and Kyokushin Federation have won medals in international competition. We shall be talking to the president. These stories plus more, including the Premier League, it's becoming interesting. We shall be discussing it in the next 1 hour. The program is Sport Update. You are invited to participate by sending your comments and views to the number on your screen, or you find us on our Facebook page, Slbc TV Live. The program is Sport Update. Welcome back. The program is Sport Updates live on TV. You are invited to participate. The number is on your screen, or you find us on our Facebook page, Slbc TV Live. We continue with the program, and in today's program, we are going to discuss about the 25 names called up so far by newly appointed coach Mohamed Kalon to train ahead of Leone Stars World Cup qualifier matches. Well, so many new names on that list. Abdul, I'm sure you followed over the weekend when that list came out, with young players being invited by Mohamed Kalon. First of all, we've not discussed about his appointment. You've not said anything. What do you think about the appointment of Mohamed Kalon as head coach of the national team?
Thank you so much for having me, and I think it's a significant boost and a very good push as well to improve the national team. Mohamed has got the required qualification to take the team to great heights, and they've been calling for this for some time now, and I think the appointment has been made, and we just hope that Mohamed will have the needed support to work and also ensure that Sierra Leone compete among the powerhouses of African football, or to a very large extent with teams around the world. Sierra Leone has a very good, for me, Sierra Leone is blessed or washed with talented footballers. In terms of coaching, I would say we do not have too many bad coaches in Sierra Leone. We have coaches who are equal to the task. What I think we should do as a nation is to support whoever is the head coach, and for him to have the desired results at the end of the day, because that's the common goal and that's the bottom line. We can only achieve that if everyone is working on board, the media, the FA, administrators, we all worked together. That synergy should be seen in a bid for Sierra Leone to achieve great things. I think colleagues who are in the habit of promoting negative energy, I think they should desist from that. We should not promote the development aspects of the game. In England, there are bad things happening in football. When you not see that, but they only project the good things of the English Premier League, the other leagues. So we, as media practitioners, as sports journalists, we should endeavor to promote the good side of Sierra Leone. We should be able to profile in our players.
The good thing is, Mohamed is coming in at a time when Sierra Leone, after qualifying, I think, was it in 1990, 25 years after we went to Cameroon, we only had a local coach to qualify the team again to another major international tournament. Maybe that's why the authorities, stakeholders, think Mohamed Kalon could give us another result that we need, that is by taking us to the World Cup. Do you think that is possible?
Yeah, it is possible.
Very first World Cup to get Sierra Leone.
Yeah, it is possible. An historic World Cup, in fact. America, Canada, Mexico, very much historic. The 2026 FIFA World Cup, the African qualifiers, and Sierra Leone is a bit in a not a good position, but I'm sure with the coming in of Mohamed, things will change positively for the better. At least they'll have something good, and assembling the locally based players for training. I think it's good, and if you can go through the list, you will see a good number of the players who are performing so well in the local league. When you have a coach who is able to earmark players who are playing in the local leagues, who are doing so well week in, week out. Of course, I'll just cite for a classical example would be the midfielder who won the Player of the Month for December, Mohamed Fugbawa. Mohamed Fugbawa plays for Maiti, for All Edwardians, and Mohamed is among the players, the midfielders, earmarked for this particular task. So I think it's good. The goalkeeper, again, Alhaji Sise, the Bantal FC goalkeeper, and Downer from Eastern Lions. Of course, Rangers, you've got Saiduba Kamara, Sufian Kalokos. Sufian scored again in one of the goals for Rangers. So you see, these are players who are performing so well. David Janedi, FC Kalon defender, and a host of other players, young players who are coming too. So you see, it took painstaking effort to get the names of these young players who are performing so well. If not now, when? So give them the opportunity for them to showcase themselves. Then at the end of the day, they will prepare for the future endeavor.
Another issue here is the appointment of the backroom staff. Even though names have been coming up, we've heard of Kiwile Conte. He also played for the national team. We also heard of Paul Parker coming in to be part of the backroom staff of Mohamed Kalon. But we are going to wait, because the SLFA will definitely hold an unveiling ceremony where they will present Mohamed Kalon to the public, so that he will start to work immediately. You know, they were supposed to start training, but because of they are waiting to unveil the full team, that's why they have put on hold that particular training session. But the SLBC will definitely continue to follow that event, and will bring you every detail concerning the national team, the national team Leon Stars, and that of the appointment of Mohamed Kalon. Quickly, before we go to our guest in the studio, the English Premier League is on, Abdul, and it's getting interesting. I don't know, it's interesting. We've seen Liverpool yesterday, they struggled to win by 2-1 against Wolves. And Arsenal, they waited for the last 10 minutes to actually get a winner against Leicester. Manchester United unfortunately could not make it against Spurs yesterday. You know, even with the poor performance of Spurs, Manchester United could not make it. What do you think is happening? Do you think with a 7-point lead, Liverpool is comfortably sitting with at the top of the Premier League? Arsenal has that might to overtake or to even reduce that gap.
Certainly, the ability is there, everything is there. The unexpected turns of events in English Premier League, I'll tell you, is no surprise, because times are changing now in football. The smaller teams have improved rapidly in the game, and there are no pushovers anymore in football. They are serious contenders. The days when you consider smaller teams in England as underdogs, no. Times are changing now. They've improved rapidly, significant improvement, and they are going in for the best players, best managers, if you like. So you need to brace up if you want to win the Premier League. There is no doubt about it, and you need to ensure that you take the winning ways very much seriously. For Manchester United, we saw that James Maddison goal was super brilliant. It was indeed a defensive error that led to the goal. Garnacho, he gave away the ball, and Maddison wasted no time. Fire home that ball. It was absolutely a beauty.
He even had other opportunities.
Yeah.
They were going to score more goals, if not for the intervention of Onana. He was very outstanding yesterday.
He played well despite he conceded that goal. He played well. We saw the saves he made. He made a couple of decent saves. For me, he's such a very fine goalkeeper. I just think United should have a better defensive line, a defensive line that is more formidable, very much workable. So at the end of the day, they will have something good.
Maybe we will have to wait to talk about the coach. Do you think Amorim will take Manchester United to where they want to be?
I don't think so, because they've been grappling lately in terms of getting results, and the manager, we've not seen much.
And even the system he's playing with the English Premier League, you have aggressive attackers, and you want to play with the kind of defense Manchester United is having. You want to play 3 backs with Maguire and others at the back. I'm afraid they will continue to come.
For me, I have to blame the management of Manchester United. They had Lud Van Nistelrooy. Van Nistelrooy had a fantastic moment with the team. You should have retained Van Nistelrooy instead of hiring another coach.
But they will tell you Van Nistelrooy is not performing well at least.
He did well. He came in and he made some fantastic results. He had some fantastic results. He made some impressive win. So you see, you not have a coach who is performing, then a coach who is underperforming. Then for me, you go in for the one who is performing. There is no iota of doubt in that. You go in for someone who is performing, someone who is giving you the results, the tangibles.
Okay.
But for me, Manchester United, they are going through a lot. I just think.
And they are now occupying 15th position.
Yeah, and Spurs in 12th position after they secured the win. So that's a very big problem. It's so alarming for Manchester United.
Okay, thank you very much, Abdul. Well, we have to talk about Manchester, Arsenal, and that of Liverpool because they are the title contenders. As we speak, we will have to look at the Arsenal depth because the squad depth of Arsenal and that of Liverpool have been very fortunate this season with no major injury concerns, even though they had Rodri just at the start of the season. But if you compare their injury status to that of Arsenal has been struggling with injuries since the start of the league this season, but yet they've been managing to get some good results. We continue with the program. The program is Sports Update. If you are one of those fans out there, if you have your message, send them to the number on your screen. We'll definitely read them out, and you can also do so by sending it to our Facebook page at Slbc TV and Live. Well, we'll go for a short break, and when we come back, we'll usher in our guests. Live on TV, and in case you are just joining us, you are also allowed to send your message, comments to the number 077306294, or you find us on our Facebook page, Slbc TV Live. We continue with the program. Mohamed Julius Nyerere has bagged a prestigious award at the World Ashura Karate Winter Camp Training and Demonstration organized by the World Ashura Kyokushin Karate Federation. Kamara, the president of the Sierra Leone Chinese Boxing and Kyokushin Federation, emerged as the best among 35 countries for his greatness of inspiration, dedication, and combat skills at the 2024 event. Well, in the studio with us this afternoon, we have Mohamed Kamara, who is the president of the Sierra Leone Chinese Boxing Federation. Good afternoon, Mr. Kamara. Welcome to the program.
Yeah, good afternoon. This is Frances, and good afternoon.
So congratulations in the first place.
Thank you very much.
So what's the name of your federation? Because you have a lot of Chinese words in this, your federation. So what's the name of the federation?
The federation is, the name is the Sierra Leone Chinese Boxing and Kyokushin Federation. Kyokushin Federation, yeah.
That's a Korean word.
And Japanese word.
A Japanese word.
Yes.
Okay, so what is it all about? Because people might not know what you are talking about.
Yeah, it's about only about sporting activities. You know, there's two different sport activity that we took up the responsibility in this country. That to start with, First and foremost, I'm Mohamed Julius Nyerere, commonly known as Centenary JK, the national president of the Sierra Leone Chinese Boxing and Kyokushin Federation. I was invited towards this 35th winter camp and national championship, international championship in Japan. And from Japan, we made 3 days training camp in Japan. From there, we come directly at India. There we took up the training. The championship over 35th national countries meet there. I was alone as a black somebody else. So to be sincere, due to the great efforts that I did, I become the 4th number in the championship. Okay. And then to the training, I was awarded as the best award. Out of the 35 countries? Out of the 35. I came with my trophies and medal, and together with the certificates. Later, after bringing it to the Ministry of Sports, I directly be informed that the international body, I was greatly welcomed in my country. Okay. Send out the information to the international group. So from that point, there was sitting down through the international cabinet and the World Ashiara, through the World Ashiara Kyokushin Karate, then took up the responsibility, said that in that light, all over this 35th national international countries meet there. There's no one can take up the responsibility to be honored, to get the honor of the World Ashiara through the year 2024, except myself. Okay. They send it back to DHL. That one I took up the responsibility to vote it and present it to the ED. Okay, so for people who does not know how this sport is played, is it like mixed martial arts, or is it different from it? There is no difference too much, but it's similar. All different disciplines, different disciplines in this world. All is about kick and punch and grab. Okay. So in case we took up, I drag you towards the Chinese boxing, there is 2 different ways to fight. Okay, do you want to get some demonstration for us? We have no problem. Okay, so let's go. We'll try to set the studio for you so you get some demonstration for us. No problem. So for that one, I was, the Chinese boxing, and there is 2 different ways of fighting. There is 2 different ways of fighting in the Chinese boxing. Okay. One for the male, there is a way that for the male, kick and punch and grab and throw, and for the female, they have only for grab and throw, So for that reason, there is no way for say there is something that we can take up to say that there is something difficult, because all different sporting activities are the same. All different sporting activities are the same. We did everything in common. Okay. Yeah. So the Kyokushin, how is it called? The Kyokushin, they call and they subtitle that one in the previous as a power carrot. In the previous, the one that creator of the Kyokushin, the creator of the Kyokushin is somebody that they call Sosei Oyama, the founder of the Kyokushin Karate. That one is a great guy, you know, he's a great master, because what he did extremely well done. Because in the previous, that karate was purely for soldiers, only military, because up to this... You have to be physical. Yeah, up to this level, and power. Everything that you do in the sport activities is power. Okay, so with power. Mr. Kama, I think the public will be interested for you to do some. We just want to get an idea of what you say, the Chinese boxing and that of the camera is all set for you. No, go ahead. No problem. For the boxing. The Chinese boxing. The Chinese boxing. The Chinese boxing is something like. If you want to take someone, you can go ahead with the chair. The chair. All right, okay. The Chinese boxing is like something like this. Whenever you can stand against your opponent, just like the normal boxing. Like the normal boxing, you can kick and you can punch, jab. big over, cut, uppercut, this, that, gets front punch, round punch, you can kick, punch, kick. Then whenever your opponent kick you, you can get that foot and get it down, lock him up to the 10 that when he give up, he can knock you or the knock and touch the pad, I mean the tatami.
Okay.
The tatami where we can find on the tatami that we call the ring where we can fight. The kaikoshin.
Yes.
Is that one they play on just now at the TV station.
Okay.
So for that one, is the power carried. The difference, we have two different.
What's the difference between that one and the normal?
Now the kaikoshin have power. You can hit someone on the leg straight away. It's so that you can never take up the responsibility to be fit on it. Give up instantly. You are knocked out. You have already get knocked out. You can hit someone on the bottom belly with punch, but there is somewhere else that you never touch in the kaikoshin. You never punch you in the face. You never hit on the private side and the foot with the foot. So both sides, both the body, all the rest of the side, if you can do anything else, you are permissible.
So, Mr. Kama, do you have kids practicing this sport?
Of course, yes.
Is it not physical for them?
Yeah, of course. The Chinese boxing more. The Chinese boxing is more.
You have them in Sierra Leone?
In Sierra Leone. I have something like about 9 schools affiliated with the Federation. Yeah. The first school that was affiliated in 2017, it was the military at Cochrane, because up to date I'm the national chief instructor for Arts Lab, together with the Captain J.K. Kano. We did it.
Okay, so what about the other schools? Because you've just mentioned the military school.
They have plenty. I have plenty civilians and some police officers can join up, civilians. So for that, in that light, we have so many different, because internationally, lastly, year before last, 2023, I went in Dakar to another different style of martial arts that we call brick pole in the French term, Brigade Policière de Défense.
So these sports are not prominent in Sierra Leone?
Now, like the Chinese boxing, is already gets standard.
You are just starting it?
No, since 2018.
2018?
Yeah.
7 years now?
7 years now, and as well Kyokushin since 2016. Okay. I went in Turkey. I mean in Tunisia. My master was a Tunisian who impacted the Kyokushin in myself. Okay. After 2015, I took my colleague here, traveled with him in Guinea-Conakry. We did it over 3 weeks and get back. We had that to launch it in this country. I was invited. I invite the world champion for 2015, which is a Russian guy. He came at the national stadium, witnessed our grading demonstration and launch. Okay. I was preparing to launch the Kyokushin at that time, but nevertheless, it have happened at that way. But 2017, I launched it at Cochrane Lodge.
Okay, now, Mr. Kama, how much have you got the facilities? How many facilities do you have here, if any? Do you have facilities? Because if you want the Chinese boxing, the Kyokushin, to develop in Sierra Leone, you must think of facilities. Of course. Because if you don't have it, you will definitely find it very difficult. Sure. How many of those facilities do we have in Sierra Leone, if any?
Up to now, I can say I don't have any facilities to arm something like a support towards the federation, because everything, national championship, international, I try my level best with my little bit efforts. Even this last, when I was invited towards this international championship and the training camp, I tried all out to get some support from the ministry, from NSA, from some institutions, but luckily, lastly, what they told me about is I requested late, but It's about like that.
You came with the award, and I saw pictures of you with the NSA, the ministry, you know, talking about this award. What have they said so far?
They really appreciate a lot, starting from the Minister of Sport and Director ED, Dr. Abdullah Safa. All of them appreciate a lot. They congratulate me, and I send out the ball in their court, say that this. Actually, all of them know, because I was requested to help us about national event and international through the government. Was here now, because we have registered member. We are registered member body of the NSA, both NSA, National Youth Commission, City Council, all those institutions. We have our from them.
Okay, so now these trophies and certificates you've got from the international body, do you have plans to organize a national event, or maybe you start with the Western area where you can get people? Do you have other coaches? Do you have other people trained so that in case the schools want coaches to be coaching their kids, because you will not be around all the time? Do you have them?
Yeah, of course, I have coaches. Every class so far, there is one coach there, the instructor. There is some school, but I have 2 national coaches, both for the Chinese boxing and the Kyokushin. Those are the pioneers to move around the schools and cross-check about everything so far, but they are prominent of the training. So in the light of organizing championship, we have our yearly activities calendar, right? This month I have a national championship from the this coming Sunday.
Where?
And at FTC, it's part of the Freetown. We have that one, and then we have on national championship on Kyokushin, and then June 28th we have national grading and demonstration, both Chinese boxing and Kyokushin. October 25 national championship both. December 13 national championship. Because what make I did the December early, because every year this world winter camp and international championship is already be set every year.
Okay,
we started it
December.
Every December. We started it in 2021 when I went there again alone. Because like this one, I'm the one and only Africanist who can mix with them alone. I am the national president, together the international coordinator as well, the international coordinator for the Chinese boxing as well, through the World CRI. I'm the branch chief for all Africa.
Okay, thank you very much. He is Mohammed Kamara, and he is the president of the Sierra Leone Chinese Boxing and Kyokushin Federation. Sure. The program is Sports Update. If you want to be part of the program, the number is 0773-06-294. We still continue with the program, and this time around we go back to the English Premier League. Just now we are talking about Arsenal and that of Liverpool, looking at the games they have now, and also we are not going to rule Manchester City out of this situation because they are just 9 points behind Arsenal. And you also have Bournemouth, who have been very outstanding this season, and Chelsea, they are also struggling. Unfortunately, they lost again this weekend, Abdul. And if we are to look at the bottom table, Ipswich, it's like they are going back. You have Leicester, Woodward and Starway, the coach we are advocating for Manchester United, and you have Southampton occupying the bottom table. So, Abdul, let's look at Manchester City. This season has not been one of their best. I'm not sure Pep would like to remember, to get a memory of this 2024 league season. I'm not sure. 2024-2025 league season. I'm not sure.
A very difficult moment. A difficult moment indeed for Manchester City. and Pep Guardiola in an interview, he confirmed that they are not doing enough. And in fact, he made a clarion call to the players that they should roll up their sleeves if they want to return to the winning ways. And that was so frank and bold for a manager who believes in winning. Someone who knows what. That was absolutely brilliant for me. That was so superb for a player who plays in the midfield and scored twice for Arsenal. So regardless of your playing position, if you have the opportunity to score, you score. And again, for Liverpool, a very good team, and Slot has been a very fine manager since he joined the team. We've seen the improvement of the team, and Mo Salah, the departure in the summer. You know, so much is happening around various teams, but for United, City, and the rest of the other teams. And for Spurs, who defeated Manchester United, they are equally going through tough times. But before defeating Manchester United, they had a win against Brentford. That was superb. So, in fact, they said back-to-back victory for Spurs. From the win, from the Brentford win to Manchester United.
So, Abdul, are you surprised at Nottingham Forest?
I'm not surprised.
This form of Nottingham Forest is capable of causing problem against any other team in that top 5.
Certainly, I can't agree more. They've got a team that is equal to the task. They've got equally a team that is well balanced. So if you have a team that's well balanced, and the focus should be win. So times are changing in the English Premier League in a very good way, and teams are just improving there and there, which is good. They have expected tons of events. It's no surprise to football pundits, including the teams themselves.
What about Chelsea? They seems to be struggling somehow.
Yeah, Chelsea at some point they were scoring the goals, but lately they are not doing well. And there was a time when the former Chelsea man, Mikel Obi, took to social media and said, if the players are not performing, he called out Nicholas Jackson, as one of the players who was not performing well. So you see that not just Jackson, and also the key other players who are not performing for Chelsea. So when you have a team that is not performing well, regarding the finances and the money they are making at the end of the day, if the players are not performing well, then it's a problem. For Chelsea and the rest of the team, I think they should boost up a bit, because if for them to have a stable...
Leicester are almost on the verge of relegating.
Yeah, very sad.
You know, and they are just coming back after they were in the Champions League. Now, in the Championship, sorry. Now, they are the way things are going, if I'm afraid they will have to relegate again.
Yeah.
They'll go back to where they came from.
Yeah, Leicester, a very fine team. In 2016, we saw they won the championship. That was absolutely remarkable. It was a very big achievement for them. At that time, they had Claudio Ranieri as the coach at that time. Very remarkable achievement for them. It was a huge celebration for them, winning the league at that time. You know, Leicester City, a very big team, a team with such a very big output in terms of the English Premier League. And we've seen the display of youngsters who are coming through the ranks. You know, now a good number of teams are now banking on their youth system to ensure that they have better replacements in place, because you've got a good number of players who are aging now. But when you go through their academies, they've got players who are possible replacements. So now they're now paying keen interest on youngsters, developing them. I'm sure by the time they are ready for the occasion, then the team will flourish.
So Abdul, this surprise in football is not only limited to the Premier League. We've seen it across the globe. It's like a global trend. Let's just narrow down to Sierra Leone, where the Leone Premier League is ongoing. And we've seen a lot of surprises this season. In fact, we've seen Banta leading the table. After playing 8 matches, they are leading. They've won 5 of their matches they've played so far. So now, Abdul, we've seen Wilberforce Strikers occupying 2nd place. Their coach is former Leon Stars player Jibrila Wube, and also you have Eastern Lions, the big guys, occupying the 3rd place, while FC Cologne is comfortably sitting in 4th position. The defending champion, Bo Rangers, are in 6th position after they won against Eastern Lions in a very controversial match.
That match sparked
in a very controversial match in Bo. Yeah. So Eastern Lions is now in 3rd place, and FC Cologne 4th, Bo Rangers in 6th place, and Abacha City, you know, they are just coming into the Premier League, and they are doing some good
they are doing
things.
so well, despite the defeats they suffered against Port Authority a couple of days ago.
So what do you think is wrong with Bo Rangers? They said they had a project to win the league 3 times in a row before allowing other clubs. They've just done that twice.
I'm sure
do you think the
project is working? The project is still on course, and they're doing so well to ensure that they manifest that. But from what we've seen from the teams who are playing in the league, I must say, for Bantal FC, I want to applaud the entire management. Aziz has been a supportive CEO, supporting the team, moving across the length and breadth of this country to ensure that they have everything that is possible for them to have that winning ways. And I tell you, and they've got a young manager, Musa Jallo, otherwise known as Yellow Man. He rose through the ranks, and he was mentored by John Kista at some point. There was a time when they met in the Shield. They told me, say, look, Abdul, say we are going to win. Even though Kista is my boss, this match, I'll put that aside, then we are going to win. But unfortunately for them, they didn't win that match because Rangers defeated them and won the Shield there. They had a decent start, a perfect start to the league. Bantal FC, they are still maintaining. For them, consistency has been the watchword. Unlike Rangers, who won the Shield, but they are yet to have the win against
Lions.
Eastern Lions was a significant boost, and I'm sure they will continue.
They were also defeated by FC Cologne.
Yeah, FC Cologne defeated them here 1-0. The goal was scored by David Janea, the approved goal. Now again, one thing that is very much remarkable about this year's league is that the approved school in the eastern of Freetown is now the new home of football. Week in, week out, fans are there to support their teams. The other day, the stadium was filled to the brim with supporters supporting each team. You know, Eastern, they are lovers of football. Say what you mean, the Easterners, when they support you.
However, I'm afraid that pitch will soon run out.
No, I don't think so. You know, the fans are there. It's a fanfare if you go to the eastern of Freetown.
Okay.
When matches are played at the approved school playing field, fans go in there, they're in there to support their team.
So, Abdul, let's look at the other guys who refer to themselves as the big guys. You have the Olegonians, the school boys.
Yeah.
They are their middle table football club. I don't know. They always maintain around the same position. They are in 7th place. Bulom Stars. This is the club that changed from
Lambo FC.
Yes,
Lambo
they are in 8th.
Stars.
Diamond Stars from the east. 9th position, Usum Stars. They are in 9th place, and 10. Luawa FC. They started very well. I don't know what's happening.
They had an opening win against Baibwe Warriors. They defeated Baibwe Warriors 1-0 in their opening match in Port Local.
And one of the new guys, Star Sports Academy.
Let's talk about Mighty Blackpool.
I'm calling Mighty Blackpool is occupied. I'm sure we have so many people at broadcasting.
Yes, Mighty Blackpool. The T-Stars boys.
Yes, they are in 14th position.
That's what I mean. You know, Mighty Blackpool before this time, a team with such a very big momentum, the winning ways, the top players, the stars, if you like, in Sierra Leone football. They've produced the biggest names in Sierra Leone football, and they've won so many recognitions, so many accolades, so many honors, but they are not performing well. The other day we engaged the chairman, Rodney Michael. He told us, look, if the coach who was in charge did not perform, we had no option but to let him go. And they fired Patrick Bango, otherwise known as Coman. They brought in a Liberian, but things are not moving well.
So, Abdul, one might say, Mighty Blackpool will say we are better, because when you look at the other guys, the one of the big guys, they are occupying the bottom table. Port Authority, I'm sure you are. Port
Authority,
of Port Authority. They have played 8 matches with only 1 win,
and that's against Abacha.
Yes, and they are occupying the bottom table of the Leon Rock Premier League, and mark you, they are in the red zone already.
Well, a difficult moment for Mohamed El Bango, otherwise known as Aoua. Aoua played for the club, and he won so many trophies with Port Authority, and he was appointed as a coach during the demise of Lamin Bango of blessed memory, who guided Port Authority equally to major honors in Sierra Leone football. And for Aoua, I don't think he's getting the support he needed for him to be in a better position. Aoua has been a very fine defender during his playing days, and for Port Authority, and they are lacking in so many areas, the defensive areas, the goalkeeper. In fact, they dismissed a good number of players, including Abdoulaye Mansari, who now plays for Abacha City in the Premier League, and a good number of other players who left Port Authority. Musa Noah Kamara was with them on loan. Now again, he has returned to Eastern Lions, back to base. And
on loan as well.
On loan, yeah, back to base.
From Rangers.
Back to base on loan. So a difficult period for a good number. What I think they should do. Slipper. Again, I want to applaud the FA. Yeah, Slipper as well.
Freetown City.
Speaking of Slipper, Cambo Eagles had their first win against Slipper. It was a youngster, Mohammed, who came on, who had the defense in that particular match. He was the difference maker for Cambo Eagles. Cambo Eagles as well, in a very troubling situation, they picked up their first win against Freetown Slipper. That was an impressive win, and we saw the huge celebrations. The fans were over the moon for their first win. Imagine Cambo Eagles of all team, Diamond Stars in Condom. You know, a good number of the teams in the provincial areas are not doing so well in the league, and for Bantal FC, the team to watch in this present,
they were the runner-up in the last season, league, and now they are leading the table.
So it's a plus for Bantal.
So I think Wilberforce is the surprise here for this season.
Wilberforce strikers, they've been a very good force. As the name implies, Wilberforce, they are using all the forces to ensure that they have something good. And you mentioned the former Leon Stars man, Jibila Wube, who has been at the helm of affairs for Wilberforce strikers. He has got the knack for excellence. He is quite a very soft-spoken coach, and he understands the players. And I'm sure the same for Yellow Man, the Bantal FC head coach, Musa Jallo. You need to have that spirit of oneness. You need to dialogue with the players. You need to encourage them. You need to have something good. I think you can conjure up something good at the end of the day. But if you don't have that friendly atmosphere, I think for Port Authority, that the situation they are going to right now, it's a bit tense for them. They want to win. The pressure from the management who want to win. You cannot just have winning results overnight. You need to work assiduously. Aoua has been trying, but I'm not sure that has been enough for them. Port Authority, they should move away from their comfort zones, try to see how best they will have a youthful team, that they will take in some players from that youth category, like what Mighty Blackpool is doing currently, the SLFA Talent Development Scheme. That scheme is purely designed to support young players who are unable to play the Premier League. A good number of them now, they've been identified from the youth system, the talent development scheme that is being introduced by the FA. Now, Star Sports and the rest, they now have an opportunity to choose from a pool of young players who are coming to. Now, the under 18 is there, the under 15. Every weekend, they have matches across the country. I think that in itself is a springboard.
Okay, quickly, Abdul, before we go back to our guests, let's go through the top goal scorers list for this the Leon Premier League. Of course, leading is Sofian Kaloko of Bo Rangers with 8 goals. You have Hassan Mila Koma, FC Kalon, 5 goals. Mohamed Kano with Bafo Strikers, 4 goals. Almami Buyakama with Usum Stars with 4 goals. Bemba Sise of Diamond Stars, 4 goals. Mohamed Bangura, who just do the first 10. Mohamed Bangura of Banta, 3 goals. Mohamed Fuba of Old Edwardian, 3 goals. Abu Kome of Bo Rangers, 3 goals. And Lamin Kamara, Abacha City, 3 goals. And the final one in 4th is Momo Bangura of Bangura Warriors with 3 goals. You have so many players on 3 goals, but that's the list for the top goal scorers for now. Sophia leading again, and with no Musa Noah Kamara.
Yeah, and that clearly tells you that Sophia Kaloko deserves to be in the 25 list of players invited by Coach Mohamed Khalod for the upcoming World Cup qualifiers for training, and I think it's good. And Almami, you mentioned from Osum Stars as well, is also part of the 25 players invited. Hassan, you mentioned. So it means they went through the entire league to assess the players who are performing well. Musa Noah Kamara, before this time he was performing, I think it's a deserving call-up. So if they can have this crop of players, this current generation, I think they will have something good at the end.
I want to there's prospect for Sierra Leone to go to the World Cup.
There is a very bright light at the end of the tunnel for Sierra Leone, because when you have a team with players who are desperate, who are hungry for glory, players who want to win at all costs, then you definitely and certainly go places. And I want to assure you that with this crop of players, Sierra Leone will go places, and other teams will silence the doubters regarding Sierra Leone football.
All right, thank you very much, Abdul. Thank you. And he is Abdul Kabia, and we continue with the program. Quickly, we go to Mr. Kamara even as we close. Mr. Kamara, so what's next now that you've won this international certificate and you've also been recognized as one of the best in Africa? What is next for the Chinese Boxing and Kyokushin Federation?
All right, thank you. To start with, I would like to say something to the entire sporting activities in the country of Sierra Leone. First and foremost, I will send my message to the Ministry of Sport and National Sport Authority. If they are looking for some people who have courage of convicting, it is now to consider all different sporting activities in this country, not only to look after football. I mean, to support financially, to support all different sport activities, not only football, financially and morally. If I will sell my idea out to the minister and all over the country of sporting activities, my plan is to change over the dynamic of sporting martial art in this country.
All right, thank you very much. He is Mohammed Kamara, and he is the president of the Sierra Leone Chinese Boxing and Kyokushin Federation. Many thanks for being part of the program. Abdul, we have to go, but what do you think of Paul Parker and that of Keule Conte?
Yeah, these are household names in Sierra Leone football. Paul Parker, they play their heart.
Well, they have not been confirmed.
Yeah, I know. It's just speculation. Again, there's a lot of speculation of Christian Coker coming in as a goalkeeper trainer as well. We are just looking forward to the final announcements of the backroom staff. But I'm sure if we can have ex-players to help the team. Or again, one thing I want to just say to the newly appointed coach Mohamed Kalon is please give the home-based players the opportunity for them to play.
Because they'll call 25 days, when they want to do the final selection, they'll just get two or three.
They called up Jumaba twice, and he didn't play any of those matches. So now they want to invite Jumaba again. So for us to correct that mistake of the past, if you are calling up players, ensure they have a place to play, a role to perform. You don't just call them for call's sake.
Mohamed is a player. I'm sure he knows what it means. They need to be called up and then you didn't do anything.
So give the home-based players the opportunity. I'm sure they will represent this country proudly. I'm not saying...
So because also you have a lot of Sierra Leonean players making the waves in the international scene.
Yes,
we need the home-based players. However, we need some experience to make sure we get to the World Cup.
Yeah, a match of the locally based and foreign-based players will give us a good moment in football. But I want to applaud the foreign-based players who are performing so well. Equally, Augustus, Mustafa Bundu, Josco Umar as well scored for his side. Huddersfield, we saw that Mustafa Bundu scored against Millwall, and Augustus Carbo, the assist he got. Augustus is such a very fine player. He's very humble, and is one star that you definitely love to watch whenever he's playing. He plays football to the admiration of everyone. I just want to have more of Augustus Carbos in the team so that at the end of the day we'll have something good. He's always ready to deliver.
All right, thank you very much, Abdul Kabia. Well, in our next edition of Sports Update, we'll bring in the authorities for the female football. You know, the league is on. And
the qualifiers.
And no, we were talking about the qualifiers. We'll also talk about the league. The league, because we've seen another change of dynamics in the female football.
Yeah,
Mobemo Queens and
now to Ramke.
Ramke and FC Cologne are really proving to be difficult side.
And in terms of the goals as well, let me just come in quickly. In terms of the goals, Zainab Kumabrahima, she has scored 15 goals
for FC Cologne.
Okay. And that other lady for Ramke Sembo, they are now competing for the top goal scorer. So it's a battle between Ramke and not Mobemo Queens. The
a back-to-back champion. All right, thank you very much. And this is how we bring the curtain down for today's edition of the program's Sport Update live on TV. Well, many thanks to the production team. And my name is Frances Bernard. Wishing you a wonderful day. And do keep watching your public broadcaster, the SLBC. Goodbye.
Discover Sierra Leone, a hidden gem of West Africa, where the rhythms of life dance in harmony with the beauty of nature.
Feel the heartbeat of our culture in every beat of the drum, in every step of the dance.
Experience the tranquility of our shores, where each sunrise brings new stories and endless possibilities.
Immerse yourself in the vibrant tapestry of our daily life, where every color tells a tale and every face a friend.
be enchanted by the sights and sounds of Sierra Leone.
A place where your adventure awaits.
And memories are made.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Weyus, and producer and presenter Christian Editions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Weyus and also reporter at the SLBC, and this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Tabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC. I am Tilly Koma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
Do you know the TV show that brings to you the decision makers who determine and shape the country's policies and programs? Bottom Line is the show to watch.
Well, join Asmi Uba as it brings to the table movers and shakers of society and policymakers whose decisions have direct impact on your lives.
Bottom Line comes up every Thursday at 7 p.m. on SLBC TV, Channel 31, with Asmi Uba.
Bottom Line on SLBC TV, the program you can't afford to miss on SLBC TV, Channel 31. Join me now.
The show that touches every aspect of society as we leave no stone unturned.
It's Bottom Line, only on SLBC TV.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they've found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance.
Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever.
Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change. We've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened. Because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place, all of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fisherman,
The taxi driver,
The barber,
the drummers, dancers.
all of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
the future is ours.
It's our time again.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright, the greengrocer,
The teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
this light is ours.
The beaches are ours.
The rivers now we own. The roads are ours. The bridges now we own. We are Freetown.
Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, here is an important public notice from the Office of the President. The General Public is hereby informed that Armed Forces Day will be observed on Tuesday, 18th February 2025. Accordingly, Tuesday, 18th February 2025 will be a public holiday nationwide.
Discover Sierra Leone, a hidden gem of West Africa, where the rhythms of life dance in harmony with the beauty of nature.
Feel the heartbeat of our culture in every beat of the drum, in every step of the dance.
Experience the tranquility of our shores, where each sunrise brings new stories and endless possibilities.
Immerse yourself in the vibrant tapestry of our daily life, where every color tells a tale and every face a friend.
Come, be enchanted by the sights and sounds of Sierra Leone.
A place where your adventure awaits.
And memories are made.
We are.
Julius Nyerere was Tanzania's first president. Tanzania's independence from the British was achieved and without bloodshed. Nyerere, a teacher by profession, chose politics over teaching, traveled throughout the country, speaking to tribal chiefs and common people about the case of independence. He forged a relationship with British Governor Sir Richard Turnbull and convinced London to allow elections. On the 9th of December 1961, Tanzania became a nation. Known as Mwalimu, the Swahili word for teacher, Nyerere had a vision of education and social action that is his legacy.
This house here is where, while my father was president, that's the house where we used to come to when he used to spend his end of the year holidays in December. So that's the only house which he owned at that time, apart from the other house he has in Dar es Salaam, which he built through a bank loan. Now, even his colleagues in government, when they saw this house, they felt that it was too small, even for a socialist president. And so they decided to build another house for him on the other side of the village. And that's where, from around the 1980s, where he used to stay. It's a childhood which we didn't have so much contact with families of other leaders, of other heads of state or presidents. I remember the only time that we had contact with another family was with President Kaunda's family. When we were growing up, we didn't have anything to compare our childhood with, and we were taken to schools which every other Tanzanian went to, so we didn't go to any special schools.
Nyerere has been described as cheerful, always seen smiling and being a man of the people.
I went into villages where he was talking and being with people, and then later I was with him when he met Prince Charles. And the thing that struck me all the time is he talked to that dignitary, Prince Charles, in the same way he talked to the mama in the village, to the mzee in the village, to the child in the village. His thing for me was everybody was important. And he addressed everybody by taking time and speaking with them, and that taught me a lot.
This is my father's collection of books. There are all types of subjects. There's a large section on philosophy. We have books on politics, we have autobiographies, we have books on agriculture, on religion, almost everything. There are more than 8,000 books here. And he read a lot of books all the time. And so most of the books in here he actually bought himself, but some of the books were given to him by various authors, and sometimes by individuals who thought he might be interested to read a certain book. And he read almost everything which is in here. education is being given lip service, I think, because we still depend on the government to deliver education to the people. But the problem is this: there's emphasis on buildings. So when you travel around the country, you'll see a lot of buildings. There's a primary school, there's a secondary school, but the quality of education does not match the investment which we have in buildings.
Before independence, education was not for all in Tanzania. Nyerere put in place an educational policy called Education for Self-Reliance. This was to ensure that as many Tanzanian children from all communities could get equal learning opportunities. The beneficiaries of this education system look back and compare those times to the present.
I can say the quality of education, the quality of teachers we had, the quality of knowledge we were being given in primary and secondary school was better than what we are having today.
I went to a government school. I attended, all of my education was through government school. It's very strange for us who graduated, who went to school in those years to see, kids sitting on the floor. At least everyone had a decent desk, seat. At least everyone was, had a book. It's news to us that the kids are sharing books now. So everything was almost adequate.
Attention, all the school, at ease. Attention, at ease. Attention.
Secondary school was where identity started changing. It's because for the first time you went to a school where there were peasants who ran 7 miles to school with the shoes in their hands when in the rainy season, because if you had any dirt on your shoes or your socks, that's it, you were canned. Discipline was very strong.
Nyerere was a patron of the arts and culture in Tanzania. He supported Sister Jean Pruitt in establishing Nyumba ya Sanaa, a cultural center and art workshop. The center was intended to promote local fine art, and many of Tanzania's leading artists began their careers there.
This is the draft of the book that I began. The intention of the book, as we're speaking of Mwalimu Nyerere, is the intention really to preserve his legacy to artists. It was he who gave us that land, and it was he who gave us the entree to the donors to build this wonderful gallery and home for artists. And so one of the ways to preserve that legacy is to preserve the art that was produced over 30 years in this sacred space of Nyumba ya Sanaa. We had our first exhibition in 1975 at the National Museum. We had beautiful textiles at that time, wonderful woodcuts, watercolors. So they had these wonderful watercolors and woodcuts and just fabulous works of art. And then that reminds me of Mwalimu. One day I get this little envelope of red seeds, and he sends me a note. I found these on the grounds. Don't you think you can use these for nice jewelry? And so yes, we made earrings and we sent them to him. This is what, so he was even always mindful of us in so many ways, that he found these beautiful red seeds, and they do make wonderful beads for jewelry. So we made Nyerere red seed jewelry.
Kwa nakumbuka niliwahi kupata oda kutoka kwa mwalimu alikuwa anataka kupeleka zawadi Nigeria, nadhani kwa Babangida. Akienda nje mara nyingi kazi naifanya mimi. Kwa hiyo nilikuwa nikifanya hiyo michoro. Sasa kama mara 3 alikuwa akija kuchukua kazi zinahitajika michoro, bwana uchole, mwalimu anahitaji. Tunachora anatupelekewa. Sasa siku ya kukutana ilikuwa hiyo siku ya ufunguzi, niona sasa leo tutakutana na mwalimu. Kwa hiyo kwa kweli hiyo siku ilikuwa siku maalum kwangu. na kwa sababu naelewa mwalimu anatusaidia sana, mara nyingine anatoa sapoti nyingi hapa. Sasa ilikuwa kitu kwangu ni maalum. Kwa sasa nakutana na mwalimu mwenyewe, basi ni kitu kizuri.
Mwalimu Nyerere ni mtu wa kawaida kwa kweli. Alipokuja baada ya kunigusa, nikasikia mwili unasisimka, alafu baadaye nikamzoea. Lakini akawa ananiuliza maswali baadaye. Tena akaniuliza kama, je, ulijifunza sehemu yoyote kama Ulaya au wapi? Nikamwambia mimi sijawahi kufika Ulaya na sitegemei kwa hali hii kufika Ulaya. Lakini alitamka pale pale Mwalimu Nyerere kwamba kama hujapita Ulaya, sasa ni wakati wako. Kwa ujuzi kama huu utapita kila mara Ulaya. Kweli milango ilifunguka, na ndio mwanzo wa kuanza sasa kwenda Ulaya baada ya tamko lake. Kwa kweli niliona ni miujiza mikubwa sana. Alizungumza alafu baadaye ilikuwa vile. Nimekwenda Ulaya mpaka safari nikachukia kwamba naenda Ulaya leo, wanapanga nenda Ulaya. Nikasema naenda kule kule. Kwa kweli ilikuwa ni miujiza mikubwa sana. Alafu kila mara nikienda Ulaya, nikiwa Ulaya nakumbuka sauti ya Mwalimu Nyerere. Kila nikienda Ulaya nakumbuka sauti ya Mwalimu Nyerere.
For Nyerere, art was like a soul of a nation, and he keep on referring to that phrase that if a nation doesn't have art or does not have any culture for that matter, it's like a dead body. You cannot survive without culture. But when he was talking about culture, specifically he was referring to the arts, especially the performing arts, the theater, dances, etc., storytelling and other traditional African forms. So for him, he believed that art has a role to play in the nation development. During his time, he struggled to put art as part of the subjects in classes, and also encourages the organizations and government ministries, agencies, departments to have groups, performing groups. Although on one hand it has been seen like it is kind of a propaganda kind of art, but it made the art more visible than we are doing today.
As the nation's first president, Julius Nyerere implemented an economic program that many labeled socialist. He introduced a policy of collectivization in the country's agriculture system known as ujamaa or familyhood.
We had to take measures to stop famine. Actually, people are not dying. People have not died of starvation in Tanzania since we took over. They were dying before we took over.
Nyerere aimed to make people return to their traditional modes of life before British colonial influences.
First and foremost, the peasant, because he's the producer of the food for the majority of the population of any country in Africa at present. So first of all, pay that attention to the peasant. Take the peasant and treat him as a god.
In the agriculture sector, villages were set up across Tanzania with the aim of growing food both for domestic use and sale.
I think it was a very interesting period. In 1967, when Nyerere declared, the party adopted ujamaa, the policy of ujamaa and kujitegemea, meaning socialism and self-reliance. There are many factors, I will not go into that. But I think the important point was that it was a kind of a climax of radical nationalism.
And people who talk about this nonsense about the socialism failing, they talk a lot of rubbish. There's no proof. It's something they've read, and they say Tanzania is socialist. Tanzania has problems about food. Therefore, it must be because they are socialist that they have problems about food. But I'm telling you, in the meantime, the best farms in Tanzania, in the production of wheat, or in the production of maize, or in the production of rice, are state-run.
Rumor had it that we had deliberately refused to import things so that we can, improve our local production. That was one of the reasons. So nobody used to complain. You will never hear anyone complaining about the leadership then. We knew whatever we were going through, it's because it's for the better.
Had we not been socialist, we would have collapsed. You just simply go around, I'm saying, go around and discover that had we not been socialist, had we not been following the policies which we announced in 1967, we would have collapsed.
This house was built for my father by the Tanzanian Army as a present to him, the Commander-in-Chief, for winning the war against Uganda's Idi Amin. That was in 1979.
The Uganda War was fought between Uganda and Tanzania in 1978 to 1979. After Amin seized power in a military coup in 1971, Nyerere offered safety to Uganda's ousted president, Milton Obote. Amin blamed Nyerere for backing and arming his enemies. Uganda declared a state of war against Tanzania and sent troops to capture part of the Kagera region of Tanzania, which Amin claimed belonged to Uganda.
And then came this invasion of Kagera. Amin claiming certain parts of Tanganyika. So long as he was simply talking that in the speeches, it was fine, it could be answered. But then he actually moved his troops. Now that is where Mwalimu had to take a position, okay, and prepare to defend the territorial integrity of the country. And that is how the war broke out.
Nyerere mobilized the Tanzanian People's Defense Forces and counterattacked. In a few weeks, the Tanzanian army was expanded from less than 40,000 troops to over 100,000. The Ugandan army retreated steadily.
The effect of that war on the country, was enormous. Economically, it was enormous. It was a turning point in many ways, from which we could not easily recover. Now, that accompanied by the economic crisis, the war and then the overall international economic crisis, is when we then began to get into real problems. And the last 5 years of Mwalimu, from 1985, were very bad for Tanzania, economically speaking.
For when President Nelson Mandela took his seat to represent a non-racial, post-apartheid, democratic South Africa, the final objective, the first objective of the founding fathers had been achieved. Our continent had been totally liberated from colonialism and racial minority rule.
A die-hard supporter of African liberation, Nyerere welcomed freedom fighters from all over the continent into Tanzania in the 1960s and 70s. Nyerere, along with other Pan-Africanist leaders, founded the Organization of African Unity in 1963. Nyerere supported several militant groups active in Africa.
The whole of 60s, all over Africa, it was the nationalist period, the liberation movements, because some countries had not yet obtained their independence, the southern African countries. And one of the important positions of the OAU, which actually Mwalimu pushed, was the liberation of the whole of Africa, the end of colonialism.
The high mark would be the Lusaka Manifesto of 1968, where the countries of the region, declared why they had to opt for armed struggle.
This struggle for freedom lasted for 30 years, from the inception of the Organization of African Unity in 1963 to the independence of South Africa in 1994.
When Mandela and Winnie came to Tanzania, oh, I just wanted so bad to meet Mandela. And of course, Mwalimu knew this. And so the day that he was here, I didn't know the arrangements, of course, and I had already booked. I had a meeting in Arusha, so I had a ticket. I was on the way out of my door, and here's a State House car coming to pick me up to go and meet Mandela. And I couldn't go because I had this commitment. So I was so sad because I had to go. I just couldn't keep this commitment. So when I got back, I got this call from Mwalimu, and he says, come to my house for dinner. So I went to his house, and he says, since you miss Mandela, you can sit with me and we can watch Mandela. His visit to Tanzania. So here I am sitting beside, and of course tears falling down my face, you know, watching with Mwalimu the visit of Mandela. That was an awesome moment for me.
Nyerere became the first chairman of the Frontline States, and in 1976, he invited other prominent leaders to Tanzania for talks he hoped would lead to majority rule for white minority-run Rhodesia. 1980 was a proud year when Rhodesia became the independent Zimbabwe. Namibia too fought hard to free itself from the clutches of South Africa, and Nyerere vowed to help. In 1968, Samuel Nujoma, president of Southwest Africa People's Organization, SWAPO, flew to Tanzania to attend talks at the Council for Southwest Africa. Nujoma's army of freedom fighters was engaged in a grisly war against white South African soldiers, trying desperately to hold on to their colony. In 1990, Namibia celebrated Independence Day, and Nujoma was sworn in as president.
I've claimed that the third world does exist and has a meaning which can be used for the betterment of the masses of poor people in the world.
Nyerere once said, without unity, there is no future for Africa. Through his role in the liberation of African states, he stood true to these words.
My warning to our people is directed at both ends. Never be complacent. Always examine yourself. Can't you do better? Couldn't you do better? But don't be so self-critical that you despair. Despair is the unforgivable sin.
Julius Nyerere died of leukemia in 1999 in a London hospital, but he will be remembered and revered in Tanzania for generations to come.
This mausoleum was built as part of the construction of the house. Actually, when he was buried in 1999, it was just an open grave. It was not open, actually, a grave, but with a shelter, with a simple shelter. And it was about 2 years later that it was decided to build this mausoleum around here. So I'm sure if he knew about this, he would have left instructions not to have any complicated structure around his grave.
I was a first-year student at the University of Dar es Salaam, and when the news broke, there was mass cry from the halls of residence. Everybody was like shocked, crying, and that was so tough because people knew he was sick, but the fact that he has died, that becomes an issue. So you could feel like the generation we were at the University of Dar es Salaam, it's not that generation you could say we worked with Mwalimu. No, we were the people who we used to read, and perhaps the last product of his leadership. And that's the memory I can remember, but people were really crying, shouting. And almost for about 2 weeks or so, things were on a standstill.
I was with him when he left Tanzania. I was at the plane and with the family when he left, and he was quite unwell at the time. And even there, we were talking about New Biasana. There we were talking about the future of New Biasana and the difficulties. In his last hours in Tanzania, we were talking about New Biasana, his concerns and his worries. And and I received his blessing as he got on the plane and he went off.
Kwa kweli nilikuwa na majonzi makubwa sana, hasa nikikumbuka vile alivyokuwa anaongea, alivyonihusia siku ile na kunipa baraka zile za kwamba utakwenda Ulaya mara nyingi. Kwa kweli nilijisikia vibaya sana.
Mwalimu was during the time that he was dying, everybody was fixed to the radios, to the telephone, talk to the taxi driver, talk to the shopkeeper. Everybody was attuned to this illness of a great father of their country, and they, as a father, they were that attuned everywhere, and tears that were flowing in this country, even now. Yeah.
A devout Catholic, Nyerere is being considered for sainthood. Catholic bishops in Tanzania have begun the process. If this process is successful, he will become the first president to be made a saint.
Yes, he is being considered for sainthood. During the process, Catholics are encouraged to pray to the candidate for certain miracles.
One of the things he said, I don't want things named after me, and he didn't. He didn't want things marked for him. He didn't want his things named for him. So this canonization seemed most uncomfortable. But the first stage and the first title that you get is Servant of God. And I said, yeah, he would like that.
Nyerere was a political leader. He was not a leader, a church leader. He was not a clergyman. He was not a leader of a particular community or particular faith. He was a political leader.
I mean, he's a man of great, when I look at his picture, you know, I miss him still. I really miss him.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
He was a charismatic man with the gift of the gab. He spoke damn well when he addressed a public meeting. He could electrify the crowd.
He would not sleep at State House because he said there were ghosts of white people and the frogs were cloaking. He thought they were saying he shouldn't be there.
Kenyatta legacy left the country on the right track.
The Kenyan capital, Nairobi, one of the fastest growing cities in Africa. The dynamic metropolis reflects the growth and progress happening across much of the continent. But though it's a city looking to the future, it is also one mindful of the past. And the man who helped shape Kenya into what it is today.
It only remains for me to present to you, Mr. Prime Minister, these constitutional instruments which establish Kenya's independence.
December the 12th, 1963, and Jomo Kenyatta, then in his early 70s, becomes the founding father of the Kenyan nation. He's down in history as the man who won his country independence. But to millions of Kenyans, then and now, he's simply called Mzee.
When a man becomes older and older, particularly a wise man or a leader, he's a Mzee. In fact, sometimes they even used to call him old man. To Europeans, that may sound very bad when somebody calls you old man, but not to Africans. It's a term of respect.
In a presidency spanning 14 years, Kenyatta was an icon to his people, well known for his distinctive personal style.
The leather jacket, I would say it was his political trademark. Every time there was national political celebration, he would come in that leather jacket. That was his symbol. And a very big ring, and very nice carved walking stick, and a fly whisk, of course. His fly whisk, for example, was a gift from Ethiopia, from Haile Selassie, the emperor. It's a sign of authority, it's a sign of peace. When you do that, you're telling people peace.
Today, Kenya is thriving, as is Kenyatta's legacy. But nearly 50 years after independence, the country is a very different place to the one he grew up in. For first as a protectorate and later as a colony, Kenya was then ruled by the British.
When the white people came, they decided to make the African a kind of a servant, the servant class. And anybody who asked for independence is shot.
It was not officially called apartheid in this country, it was called the color bar. And the color bar made white people citizens number 1, Asians citizens number 2, and the Africans were citizens number 3.
Men were given what they call kipande, identification card, which was put in a metal box, and then it was hung on their heads so that it looks like a dog's tag.
The young Jomo Kenyatta was among those unafraid to speak out against these injustices. Born in Gatondo, in Kenya's Central Highlands, his family was part of the Kikuyu community, the largest of Kenya's 40 or so ethnic groups. From the start, he showed resolve and initiative. He paid for himself to go to school by working as a houseboy for a white settler. In the 1920s, he entered politics and went to Britain to lobby for his country and further his education. Back in Kenya, his popularity grew, and returning in 1946, he was a focus for the growing call for the British to get out.
We must show the world that some of them have been wrong, that some of them have misunderstood us, and it's only by our action they will know that we mean business.
A lot of people championed that cause, but the one person who brought that movement, gave it the blood, the stamina, if you like, the strength that stretched across the country and made it a real nationalistic movement, was Jomo Kenyatta. He was a charismatic man with a gift of the gab. He spoke damn well when he addressed a public meeting. He could electrify the crowd. So it was natural that every Kenyan just loved him.
The early 1950s saw the rise in Kenya of the Mau Mau, freedom fighters ready to use violence as a means to an end. In response, the British declared a state of emergency in which tens of thousands of Kenyans were detained or killed. In October 1952, Kenyatta, now in his 60s, was arrested and accused of managing the Mau Mau, a charge he always denied. He was sentenced to 7 years hard labor. On his release from detention in 1961, his resolve and following were even stronger.
Kenyatta was overwhelming as a speaker to his people. I remember once I saw him speak about independence mainly for Kenya. And of course, this was bad news for the settler who insisted that Kenya will never be independent.
When do you want independence for Kenya? Today.
To the settler, he was a devil. There's no question about that. He's Satan incarnate.
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I get use.
This is the program where they give you the use where they happen all about the country.
Inside where use, we go take you text, Facebook and WhatsApp message. You complain where you go send us letter to the producer. We dey announce about things them working loss and plenty more.
We are there all about the country. But you self PF for being the use to your area.
Where use? The original program where they give you updates.
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I get use.
Discover Sierra Leone, a hidden gem of West Africa, where the radiance of life danced in harmony with the beauty of nature.
Feel the heartbeat of our culture in every beat of the drum, in every step of the dance.
Experience the tranquility of our shores, where each sunrise brings new stories and endless possibilities.
Immerse yourself in the vibrant tapestry of our daily life, where every color tells a tale and every face a friend.
Come, be enchanted by the sights and sounds of Sierra Leone.
A place where your adventure awaits.
And memories are made.
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I get use.
This is the
In exactly 3 p.m. from our studio clock here at a broadcasting house in Freetown. Good afternoon and welcome to news. Coming up today, healthcare for the aged and its partners provide free healthcare for hundreds of people in the east of Freetown. Ministry of Health with Abbott Rapid Diagnostics launches program for the elimination of mother-to-child HIV, and Prince of Wales All Pupils class of 2003 donates huge sum of money towards the school's centenary anniversary. Well, all those stories, including our segment, are all lined up in the next 1 hour of our news broadcast. Don't forget you can join us on Facebook on Slbc channel 31 to catch up with our stories. Stay tuned, we'll be right back. Welcome back. Our first story, according to WHO report in 2023, approximately 39 million people are living with HIV, 12 million with syphilis, and 300 million with hepatitis B worldwide. To prevent an escalation, the Ministry of Health with Abbott Rapid Diagnostics has launched the triple elimination test program for the elimination of mother-to-child transmission of HIV, syphilis, and hepatitis B in Sierra Leone. Let's hear more from Sulaiman Babature.
On behalf of the leadership of the country's Excellency the President, on behalf of the leadership of the Ministry of Health, but very importantly, on behalf of the people of this country, including the women and children, and in the name of God, may I officially launch this treatment therapy for eliminating hepatitis.
Eliminating mother-to-child transmission of HIV, syphilis, and hepatitis B is a top global health priority and has driven significant global momentum towards ending these preventable infections in newborns. The launch was therefore considered as a historic milestone in Sierra Leone's health sector, especially when the three diseases have been serious threats to many. Deputy Minister of Health 1, Dr. Charles Senesi, lauded the partners for the collaboration and registered their reliance on partnership to address the country's many health challenges.
All entities that we have come together with one voice, one support, to support our call to action. And as we launch the initiative today, I urge all healthcare workers and allied institutions to embrace this approach and ensure that every woman receives the care that she needs.
This was part of their collaborative dedication and determination for rapid tests for HIV, syphilis, and hepatitis B for early detection and timely linkage to care for pregnant women and their partners in improving on maternal and reproductive health care.
This initiative is more than just numbers and statistics. It's about the lives of women and children who deserve a healthy start. It is about families who can look forward to a future free from the burden of disease. Today, we take a bold step toward that future.
Presentations done proved that Sierra Leone has high percent of hepatitis B with 13.8%, HIV 1.7%, and syphilis 0.9%. Highest with HIV among Sierra Leonean populace were said to be women. Some of the challenges mentioned included limited data on various diseases mentioned, stigma, less testing and treatment.
And we want people to access services. Go to any health facility. If you are a pregnant woman, or if you are someone who is an FSW, a female sex worker, you have the opportunity of accessing these services.
It was also stated that vertical transmission of HIV, syphilis, and hepatitis B remains a significant challenge, contributing to high rates of infections in children. Every test conducted, every mother protected, and every child saved is believed to be a step to healthier Sierra Leone. SLBC News, Sulaiman Babature reporting.
Meanwhile, February is set aside every year to observe the International Condom Day. The day seeks to bring visibility to the triple protection that condoms provides as an inexpensive and highly effective tool to prevent transmission of HIV and other sexually transmitted infections and unplanned pregnancy. As Abubakar Kamar report, a private entity, DKT International, has embarked on free distribution of condoms to members of the public.
The rate of condom use in Sierra Leone is 23% for males. This shows that a lot of work needs to be done to tackle the myths and misconceptions surrounding the use of condoms. Cultural barriers also exist, which limit access to condoms despite their important role in public health. Michael Kenema, who is the country manager of DKT International, spoke about their inclusion in making sure an awareness is brought to people not only to celebrate the World Condom Day, but to also discuss the issues and importance of condoms.
Kinds of things lead to a further increase in sexually transmitted infections, spread of HIV, and unwanted pregnancy.
Beneficiaries of the Fiesta condom spoke about the importance of the condom and how it helps them have a safe sex life and protecting them from early or unplanned pregnancies. Kelisa is one of them.
Well, I feel good because the sickness way that they call HIV, a deadly sickness, we no get medicine for the moment. So I'm glad for this condom way and get share to people.
International Condoms Day is a crucial observance of safe sex practices and the role of condoms in promoting sexual health. Through various activities and initiatives, the day encourages open conversation about sexual health, ultimately aiming to reduce the rates of STIs and unintended pregnancies. For SLBC News, Abubakar Kamar reporting.
While the all pupils of the Prince of Wales Secondary School belonging to the class of 2003 have donated 200,000 newlands to the school's Centenary Anniversary Committee. The money was to support the school's Centenary Anniversary project aimed at improving infrastructures and facilities in the school for the current pupils. Emmanuel Samara witnessed the symbolic handing over of the check to the Centenary Anniversary Committee and compiled this report.
For 100 years, the Prince of Wales Secondary School has developed into a big and successful country that have bear sweet fruit who are seen as blessings to Sierra Leone and the world at large. Those fruit who have become successful have decided to return to the Centenary Mother Tree and make it look fresh for the current and future generations. The class of 2003, who refer to themselves as the primus of the millennium classes, is the latest to show their strength by donating a sum of 200,000 new loans to the school's Centenary Anniversary project.
A good number of Prince Walians regards us as the best of class, perhaps in the recent history of the Prince of Wales, but that we had not shown up as mightily as representatives of that class have been doing across board. So we had the trolley and we said we were going to respond, and we have responded. And let me say this is a challenge. If people want to take up this challenge, we're ready and we'll reply adequately.
Amongst the project the money will support is the construction of this multi-purpose sports complex that will host up to 1,000 people. Receiving the jumbo check, Chairman of the Prince of Wales Centenary Anniversary Committee, Honorable Justice Reginald Finn, commended the class of 2003 for the gesture aimed at developing the infrastructure of the school.
Gentlemen and Prince Williams the world over, I can assure you your money is going into very good work. Our boys will be inspired by what we're doing. We're giving a gift to our school in a way which would make us proud, and we look forward to other classes emulating.
President of the Old Prince William Association, Sulaiman Kamara, as well commended the class of 2003 for the gesture and disclosed that they are the class that has donated the highest sum so far. Sulaiman Kama encouraged other classes to join the bandwagon of support to their school, noting that the legacies they leave today is what people would use to identify them in the future. Emmanuel Samoa, SLBC.
Well, from there we go over to the presidency. On the sideline of the 30th African Union Summit, President Julius Nyerere led a crucial meeting on UN Security Council reform. As coordinator of the AU Committee of 10, he pushed the African demands for permanent seats at the United Nations Security Council. Let's hear more from Hamosia, Asino State House correspondent.
The C10 leaders meet to strengthen Africa's push for Security Council reform. They reaffirmed the Essolini consensus demanding 2 permanent seats with veto power and 2 additional non-permanent seats. The committee endorsed its 25th report and approved decisions from a recent foreign ministers meeting in Algiers. These will now go to the African Union General Assembly for adoption. A key moment was the presence of Philomena Young, President of the United Nations General Assembly. President Bio welcomed him as a special guest and stressed his role in stressing negotiations on reform. Africa remains firm in its demand for a stronger voice in global decisions. The fight for equal representation as the United Nations continues. For Slbc TV News Eye in Freetown, Hawamosiwe reporting.
While the Sierra Leone National Museum, in partnership with Dori Toure and other African Americans who are tracing their roots to Sierra Leone, have organized a visual learning for school pupils. The organizers used the Valentine's Day to celebrate both past and current icons of Sierra Leone. Dennis Fraser report.
Okay, and then of course this is a previous map that has about 12 districts.
The event started with a conducted tour of the museum facility, where pupils were given a first-hand knowledge of the country's national history. Some were even taking note of the visible objects they were seeing. After an exciting view around the museum facility, the pupils were also thrilled with an amazing visualization of the character of the national icon, Madam Yoko, which was dramatized by the Sierra Leone Theatre. According to one of the organizers, Dori Toure, visual learning plays a critical role in innovative education in modern day. She added that pupils tend to learn faster about their history when they see it being visualized.
It's important for our youth to be involved in our history. They say a nation that does not know their history is basically like a tree without any roots. So it's very important that the youth definitely be able to connect with the history, and especially with the bringing Mama Yoko to life, and I think it kind of adds a different element to Mama Yoko.
She therefore promised to support the museum in terms of services it renders to the nation. For the curator of the Sierra Leone National Museum, Oliver Linda Barnett, the event was an appropriate platform that provided pupils an opportunity to learn about their past and to teach them about their culture.
Today we made a sample of Madam Yoko. We have an artist because we try to bring in Sierra Leone International Theatre Institution, which is part of the Ministry of Tourism and Cultural Affairs, and it's also a subvented agency. And then we use the professional there to train up a lady who took the role of Madam Yoko, and which was fantastic today because it helped the students to and the people to understand exactly the role of Madam Yoko.
The one-day visual learning for school pupils was intended to showcase the uniqueness in the cultural heritage, tradition and rich history of the country. It was hopeful that the experience gathered by the pupils through their visual learning would allow for discussions about their historical origins
and the different ways culture could express love, as was shown in the character of Madam Yoko, whose exemplary leadership style helped unite our people and broaden societal values. SLBC, Dennis Fraser reporting.
Well, let's now take one of our headline stories. The Healthcare for the Aged has partnered with Jagaban Charity Foundation to provide free health care to hundreds of people in the east of Freetown. The initiative covers eye screening, lens, test for hepatitis B and HIV and AIDS, and diabetes for mostly elderly people. The event was held at the new office of the Healthcare for the Aged at Marshall Street, Fora Bay community. Our reporter, Christiana Kama, was there and sent in this report.
Over 500 individuals from various communities in the east of Freetown were gathered at the new office of the Healthcare for the Aged organization to receive free healthcare from the Healthcare for the Aged organization and the Jagaban Charity Foundation. The healthcare package consists of free eye screenings and the provision of lens glasses, HIV and AIDS and malaria tests, diabetes and syphilis screenings, and free medication, among others. The humanitarian gesture, which funded by the Jagaban Charity Foundation, is intended for mostly elderly people and other classes of the vulnerable populations.
Eye screening, provide glasses and also ENT, ear, nose and throat, and also rapid malaria tests, typhoid, and also diabetes, and also we are doing hepatitis test. And after that, we will send you to the pharmacy, then we provide medication. Well, since intervention, since we started as healthcare for the aged, we have done over 2,000 eye surgery, and also we have provided over 1,200 glasses, and also we have done over 200 hernia surgeries, and we are continuing to do a lot of things.
Although a fledgling politician, Chief Executive Officer of the Jagaban Charity Foundation, Mohamed Omodu Kamara, said his support for the Healthcare for the Aged organization was not tied to any political ambition, but to contribute to humanity. He said his foundation is also helping in other areas like business through microcredits for women, payment of school fees and food assistance. The CEO of the Jagaban Charity Foundation pledged to expand his support to other areas in Sierra Leone.
For me, it's not a strange thing. So that's why it's very easy for me to partner with people like this. So, and the thing that we Sierra Leoneans are doing, we're neglecting the ageable people. These are people that brought us up. And we're going to be aging, sometimes. So if we don't prepare now, so what is going to be our stand when we get to their age? So that's why it's good for us to come together and try to help these people as much as we can. It's not a political thing, it's a humanitarian thing.
Beneficiaries expressed their appreciation for the medical relief and appealed for other forms of assistance from the two organizations.
2 years they are not being here as all the man pull the to the left and right edge, we pull the sickness there. It job straight ahead.
And this facility is a very good facility for the continue for we the grassroots people there. We not get the upper hand or get medicine. They go fine. So they tell the one they will do this organization will come up with this project. Let God bless them. Let God elevate them. Pastor, medicine where I don't receive so now the actual medicine working normally take. Now then God don't make I don't can get so.
As the sun sets on a day filled with hope and healing, the collaboration between the Healthcare for the Aged organization and the Jagaban Charity Foundation stands as evidence to the power of community and compassion, paving the way for improved health outcomes for the elderly and underserved in Sierra Leone. SLBC News are in Freetown. Christiana Kama reporting.
An international non-profit organization, Southern California United Brothers and Sisters of Sierra Leone, has once again demonstrated its commitment to educate by awarding scholarships to financially challenged students in Sierra Leone. Pupils at secondary school level received 100 United States dollars each, while students from various universities received 400 United States dollars each. Esther Slbc reports.
And let's congratulate and celebrate our 2024 honorees and encourage them and other scholars to take their studies seriously and study hard.
The gesture to support pupils and students who financially challenged in the pursuit of their academic goals has begun over a decade ago. The scholarship program has been also designed to encourage students and pupils who have shown exceptional academic performance. A representative of the president of Southern California United Brothers and Sisters of Sierra Leone, Possible Cabo, said this year's scholarship selection process was difficult for them to choose beneficiaries because of the overwhelming number of highly qualified applicants. As part of the initiative, $400 has been allocated per recipient for university students and $100 for pupils in secondary schools. This funding was anticipated to help cover school fees, learning materials, and other essential expenses. Chairperson of the ceremony, Alfinia Thompson, encouraged students to stay committed to their studies and make the most of the opportunity.
So I want to encourage you, please take your books serious. If you fail, as you heard from the scholarship will be withdrawn from you. So you have to pay attention. Study well and pass your exams. And to the parents, I want to beg all the parents, make sure you monitor your children. Nowadays, these children, they lack leisure.
Beneficiaries expressed gratitude for the support, acknowledging that the financial assistance has removed a major obstacle in pursuing their education.
Probably say 15 or 16 because it was a lot important. Because my mom is a single mom and she had 3 daughters. I was the only one attending a government school. The 2 were attending private. And since I was getting help, $100 in secondary school, it helped a lot in my aspect for transportation because I live all the way in Waterloo and the annual is just located at Kisi.
The help that have been given, I believe that they have also given us values to take with us. You know, they are not from Sierra Leone, but they are still finding a way to help us. I believe that I can take those values and when I become someone in society, I can help as they've been helping me. First off, to my fellow students out there, work hard. I believe that if you work hard, you can be able to apply for any scholarship, and if you are very exceptional, they will most likely accept you. And for the donors, a big thank you to them, of course, for doing this for so many years, over 10, 15 years now, having that energy to do year after year after year. So I'm grateful to them.
The dedication of Southern California United Brothers and Sisters of Sierra Leone was called for other diaspora to give back to their motherland. For SLBC News in Freetown, Esther Slbc reporting.
The Directorate of Science, Technology and Innovation, DSTI, has concluded a digital skill and gig economy assessment workshop with stakeholders drawn from various walks of life, including government and disability institutions. The workshop was a form of data collection process and a way to enhance digital skills development and show economic opportunities in Sierra Leone. Suleiman Babatoué witnessed the workshop at New Brookfields Hotel in Freetown. Let's hear from him.
The Digital Skill Market Survey and the Gig Economy Feasibility Study.
This session was an engaging and interactive session that offered opportunities for open discussions, valuable contributions, hands-on experience with the technology that are used for assessment, and collective insight to help shape its direction. The aim of the workshop was to bring together key stakeholders to discuss the scope, methodology, and objectives of the assessment, ensuring alignment with national priorities and industry needs.
So upon the assessment, we will then get to understand what the gaps are, after which we will have an informed decision. We'll make an informed decision on how to intervene and provide necessary skills building for all our citizens across the country.
The insights from various sessions give guide to data collection processes and inform strategies for enhancing digital skills development and gig economy opportunities in Sierra Leone. These the participants found educative, especially in carrying out their official duties and personal online and offline activities.
I think this is important for us as persons with disability because we are talking about digital inclusion. There has been digital divide, and then the lack of digital equity.
It's very interesting so far. It's helped us to know the skills. You see, this work we do daily, you realize that some of these things are easy, just straightforward work you do at work. But now you realize that they are very necessary.
The Directorate of Science, Technology and Innovation, DSTI, is an office formed to support the government of Sierra Leone to deliver on its national development plan effectively and efficiently, and to help transform Sierra Leone into an innovation and entrepreneurship hub. SLBC News, Sulaiman Babatu reporting.
Well, the Altruist Tech Luminary Center has hosted its inaugural Lego League Challenge for pupils, igniting excitement and innovation among pupils from 4 local schools: Prince of Wales, St. Joseph's Convent, St. Edward's Secondary School, and the International School. The competition held at St. Antonio Hall, Sykes Street, Freetown, aimed to inspire young minds through technology. Abdul Mansari report.
The first Lego League Challenge is a global program that encourages pupils to engage in STEM, which is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, through hands-on learning. Each school formed teams of enthusiastic pupils who spent weeks designing, building, and programming their Lego robots on a themed competition table. The event showcased not only the technical skills of the participants, but also their creativity and collaboration. The competition kicked off with an opening ceremony where teams presented their project and shared insights into their design process. The judges evaluated the teams based on several criteria, including robot performance, innovation, teamwork, and presentation. Teacher, St. Joseph's Convent, Doris Francescoa, said in the competition, the robots had 15 missions to complete, in which their pupils had several trainings. She also said the STEM program had broadened the knowledge of pupils in terms of advanced technology and computing.
Training upon training before they can build these robots. Even the mission, they had to program the robot. After building the robots, they had to take the robot to the office, they program it, and then they show them the missions that are in the robots.
According to the Urban Project Manager, Abu Bakar Bari of Altruist Tech Luminary Center, the competition aims to create the STEM education and also robotic competition by expanding technical knowledge in schools, spoke about their challenges in bringing that initiative to life, and looked forward to collaborations from different related sectors in the government.
Putting together this kind of thing is very expensive, especially when it comes to putting together the robotic kits, to the way I have a hand, putting logistics together, paying trainers to train these kids.
Outreach Welfare Officer, National Commission for Children, Susan Kago, explained the role of Commission played in the competition and said the Commission participated in the first global robotic competition and also deemed it fit to support the first Lego Challenge competition.
But the Commission, to enhance child participation, want to have children, want to bring children on board so that they can we can hear their voices, They can address issues affecting the country.
Pupils who participated in the competition were excited to be part of the challenge, but however expressed the difficulties in putting up for the competition and encouraged other young pupils to take whatever they do seriously and not lose faith in themselves.
The pressure is there, like any other competition. We feel that we have to do the best, and it's hard to put things together, but I think with my teammates, I'm confident.
Well, it's very difficult because sometimes you put your robot and some know that it's robots. It may indulge some robotic mistakes or malfunctions.
Throughout the day, teams faced various challenges on the competition table, requiring them to navigate their robots through obstacles and complete tasks related to energy efficiency. The atmosphere was electric as pupils cheered for their peers and celebrated each other's achievements. The first Lego League Challenge at Altruistic Luminary Center is expected to become an annual event promoting STEM education and fostering a sense of community among local schools. Organizers hope that this initiative will inspire more pupils to pursue careers in technology and engineering. Congratulations to St. Elmo's for taking the first position and International School as second. They impressed judges with their creativity and effective teamwork. Slbc News, Abdul Mansari reporting.
Well, the Ministry of Social Welfare has met in Kenema town in Moyamba district to evaluate its work by looking into gains made and grey areas during the operations in recent times. They resolved to achieve more in 2025 based on lessons learned in previous years. Soiba Samora reports.
According to the Minister of Social Welfare, Melrose Committee, having a retreat as a ministry is forging ahead because this will give a boost to the performance of staff. She dilated on the need for all social workers in Sierra Leone to attain a license from government as a symbol of social security for them. The minister called on field service workers of the Ministry of Social Welfare to be vigilant as she described social workers as social change ambassadors and assured that her ministry will continue to monitor NGOs on service level agreement delivery in areas of collaboration and partnership with the government of Sierra Leone. Service level agreements delivery, Mrs. Committee emphasized, will be a strong criterion for renewal of operations for both NGOs and INGOs operating in Sierra Leone.
We want to make sure that that plan that we are planning, it is impactful and we take full responsibility of it. If I, as a minister, and the senior officials of the ministry are going to sign a performance contract with His Excellency the President, I must make sure that even the last man in Falaba as social welfare officer must be able to deliver to that plan or to that performance contract I'm signing, which is why through the support of our partners UNICEF and UNFPA, we are here in Kenema for 3 days.
Directors in the Ministry of Social Welfare made presentations on activity plan for the year 2025 to strengthen collaboration with both local and international partners. Joseph Keture, Regional Coordinator North, and Fatima Tayema Idris from Bo District all lauded the initiative of the Ministry of Social Welfare, which they say will help them reflect and press forward. The Ministry of Social Welfare in Sierra Leone is responsible for managing vulnerable children and young people, youth justice and adoption services. Similarly, empowering and transforming the lives of vulnerable and underprivileged persons or families including young people, women, children, the elderly, and persons living with disabilities.
Well, First Lady Fatima Madabiu has been elected as president of the Organization of African First Ladies for Development. The announcement came at the 29th General Assembly of OFLAD at the African Union Commission in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, where First Ladies from across the continent convened to discuss on strategies for advancing women's leadership and development in Africa. Marabio was said to have taken a critical leadership role in driving initiatives that focus on gender equality, healthcare, education, and the empowerment of women and children across Africa. She was also noted for a long-standing advocacy, particularly in the fight against child marriage and gender-based violence through her Answer for Girls campaign. As president of OFLAD, Fatima Bio is expected to spearhead transformative policies and collaborations that align with the organization's mission of sustainable development. If you're just joining us, you're watching Newsa live from Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation with me, Cynthia Kama. We continue with more stories. Tourist officers, data specialists from Statistics Sierra Leone, immigration officers, hotel and bar owners have been trained on essential data collection skills. The session, which lasted for 5 days, was funded by the World Bank under the Economic Diversification Program. Let's join Esther Sako.
The goal of the training session was to bring out the relevance of data in the tourism sector. It also provided participants with tools needed to collect accurate and reliable data to support informed decision-making in the industry. Director of Tourism, Travel and Exchange Program Mohamed Jallo said the training was timely as the ministry has been looking forward to improve on its data collection practices to track tourists as they enter and leave the country.
Areas that were covered are very, very relevant areas that with the knowledge that participants have gotten today, especially during the 5-day training period, I think that will help them in ensuring that we work collectively to share information, share knowledge, but not only that, to be able to ensure that the data that we provide are reliable, credible, and accurate for government to make informed decisions.
The facilitator, Kelvin Millington, expressed optimism that the participant would put into practice the new skills they had learned.
Well, they're going to take, hopefully, a lot of this knowledge back to their workplaces. Some of the tools that we've explained and shown them hopefully will become useful. Already about a year ago, we implemented a visitor survey at the airport, which went really well, and hopefully some of this information and some of this training will help develop further data collection work, in particular doing more visitor surveys at the airport and at the land borders.
Okay, thank you. Participants from Statistics Sierra Leone and the Immigration Department also voiced their satisfaction with the training, recognizing its importance in their roles as the first point of contact for visitors at border entry points.
We see both inbound and outbound of all tourism, all tourists coming to Sierra Leone. So it's very much important for us to be trained on tourism statistics. I collaborate with the Ministry of Tourism. Very many things that we never know, but with this training, it helps us a lot, at least for us to learn very many important things within the tourism sector.
The training session underscored the growing recognition of the role data plays in shaping the future of tourism. With reliable data, authorities will make informed decisions that will help enhance the sector, drive economic growth, and improve visitors' experiences. Slbc News, Esther Sako reporting.
While members of the Sierra Leone Medical and Dental Association during the 47th Annual General and Scientific Meeting have discussed on vital health issues including drug abuse among young people and presentation of key research findings. They used the opportunity to call for the review of the Lunacy Act of 1902. Esther Sako was among journalists who witnessed the event at CCSL King Hammond Road in Freetown.
The scientific meeting brought together medical students, newly graduated doctors, specialists, and healthcare professionals. Child health and mortality prevention surveillance champs opened the session with presentations. Dr. Emma Abasi Bassi, who discussed commonly overlooked contributory factors to child mortality based on research from Bombali and Bo district.
Older children, malaria is still playing a role, malnutrition is still playing a role, infections are still playing a role, respiratory infections and the like for the older children. For the younger children, the ones, because we do stillbirths, we're looking at conditions within the mother, okay?
She presented alarming data showing that despite some improvements, child mortality continues to rise.
It's alarming, but we must also acknowledge that a lot of interventions are coming in that is making it to improve. We have to acknowledge that. But has it reached where it should reach? No. So it is still alarming, but there are slow steps, which it's important to make it really happen fast. Then all players have to, come on board.
Solomon Samora from CHAMS concluded with translating research evidence into action, emphasizing the need to turn research into actionable practices, highlighting the importance of better medical record keeping, emergency drug training, and improved laboratory feedback to reduce child and maternal mortality. Dr. Robert Yeboah of PATH and Pepe Sefike from Sonafin presented the Integrated Hypertension and Diabetes Service Delivery Project, revealing that hypertension is now the leading cause of death among adults, responsible for 17.8 million deaths globally every year. They also noted the rising prevalence of cancer, respiratory diseases, and diabetes in Sierra Leone. Dr. Julius Ojulong followed with a presentation on antimicrobial resistance in Sierra Leone, discussing how antibiotics overuse has led to resistance, complicating treatment and increasing mortality rates. Attendees contributed insight on improving healthcare delivery. One newly graduated doctor expressed appreciation for the session, finding it beneficial for understanding the current health issues and hoping the insights would inform future policies.
Some of the things that I think is to improve on the infrastructure that is needed to, number one, train healthcare workers, especially medical doctors and other healthcare cadres, and secondly, to improve the infrastructure that is available for the implementation of the knowledge gained from medical school.
The findings shared have sparked new conversations among healthcare professionals with hopes for tangible improvements in healthcare service delivery across the country. Slbc News, Esther Sako reporting.
Well, from there we go over for sport update.
Hello and welcome to Sports Updates on the News with me, Frances Barnard. The highly anticipated closed season semi-final clash between Conakry D and Tombo fishing communities saw a breathtaking action between the two communities, and Tombo community emerged victorious through a nail-biting penalty shootout that delighted their supporters. Let's join Stella Bangura for more.
While we will do the B-Licensing coaching, of course, electorally during the B-Licensing course na Kintom.
The Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources, in a show of support for the fishing communities, took the initiative to organize this exciting encounter, which was closely monitored by the Sierra Leone Football Association, SLAFA, and the National Sports Authority, NSA. The match was a display of sportsmanship and camaraderie, showcasing the rich football talents within the fishing communities.
Let the fisherman know say all that thing they can do when you know the fishing. Basically, football now a very important game. Where they do recreation, they improve their sense of reasoning, they make way during this time when they know the fishing, they keep them busy. But also the main purpose now that among them team here, impossible say Salon go see some talent. Now make we dinner today with the Ministry of Sport and the Sierra Leone National Sport Association, where they go able for see talents there. We really want for see say the fishermen themselves within their community, then the talent where they get in football, let we show out. So really this time We don't go inside the second week now of the close season. This Galaya, I don't make, they even feel them, the fishermen, they for say, where they know the fishy or anything, and they don't keep them very busy. But also, they go get an outcome where there is a possibility, say, some of them, when they will get talent, the country go able for sport them, they go able for play at Premier League level, and they go able for help themselves. Instead of letting them be fishermen, they can be people that already play football.
Despite a high level of intensity on the pitch, the match ended goalless after a thrilling 90 minutes of football. However, the real drama unfolded in the penalty shootout, where the Tombo community showed their nerves of steel to secure a hard-fought victory.
I'm very happy for our man of the match today, and I expect winning. I always give a winning, and Tombo with the calm like a fire. When it's all boss on stage, everybody is still like a fire. So like the cows winning every day, every night.
The Sierra Leone Football Association and the National Sports Authority commended the organizers for hosting a successful event and expressed their commitment to supporting the growth of football in the fishing communities. The victory of the Tombo community is a testament to their dedication and hard work, and we extend our congratulations to them on their well-deserved win. SLBC Sports, Stella Bangura reporting.
International scene, Tottenham Hotspur earned back-to-back Premier League win with a 1-0 home triumph over Manchester United. Let's join Abdul Kabir for more on that story.
Tottenham Hotspurs earned back-to-back Premier League wins with a 1-0 win over Manchester United, the first time they've done the double over the Red Devils in the competition, having beaten Brentford 2 weeks ago to end a 7-match winless run. Spurs earned their first victory at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium since early November. James Maddison got the all-important goal after just 13 minutes, turning in the rebound after Lucas had a shot saved. Garnacho squandered a glorious chance shortly afterwards, with United unable to find an equalizer. Despite applying plenty of pressure, the host moved up to 12 in the table on 30 points, leapfrogging United, who sits 1 point and 3 places below them in 15th. Spurs managed to survive in a very tough battle against United. A low drive was pushed away by the player, with the Italian back from injury after 3 months out, then claiming Garnacho's clear-cut chance in the next minute. United were punished just moments later at the other end, and the Unana pushed low strike to Maddison, who coldly fired in the shot. Garnacho should have leveled 10 minutes later, but it blazed over the crossbar under no pressure after Bruno Fernandes' clever layoff.
Well, with that, we bring the curtain now for sports updates on news. I am Frances Bannett. Thanks for watching, and keep watching DSLBC.
Many thanks to Frances Bernard for that sport update. Well, that's all we have time for in this edition of News, but quickly let's go through our headlines. The Healthcare for the Aged has partnered with Jagaban Charity Foundation to provide free health care to hundreds of people in the east of Freetown. The initiative covers eye screening, provision of lenses, tests for hepatitis B and HIV and AIDS, and diabetes for mostly elderly people. The Ministry of Health, with Abbott Rapid Diagnostics, has launched the triple program for the elimination of mother-to-child transmission of HIV and AIDS, epilepsy and hepatitis B in Sierra Leone. And the all pupils of the Prince of Wales Secondary School belonging to the class of 2003 have donated 200,000 millions towards the school's centenary anniversary celebrations. Well, that's all we have time for. Continue to stay tuned to your public broadcaster. Good afternoon. Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, here is an important public notice from the Office of the President. The general public is hereby informed that Armed Forces Day will be observed on Tuesday, 18th February 2025. Accordingly, Tuesday, 18th February 2025 will be a public holiday nationwide.
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I get use.
This is the program where they give you the use where they happen all about the country.
Inside where use, we go take you text, Facebook and WhatsApp message. You complain where you go send as letter to the producer. We dey announce about things them working loss and plenty more.
We are there all about the country. But you self help for being the use to your area.
Where use? The original program where they give you updates.
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I get use.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance.
Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever.
Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change. We've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened. Because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place. All of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
We are Freetown!
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown!
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 Yeah!
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fisherman,
The taxi driver,
The barber,
the drummers, dancers,
all of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
the future is ours. It's our time again.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
The greengrocer, the teacher, the dog.
this space is ours.
this light is ours.
The beaches are ours.
The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown. We are proud of this place. We love this city.
and we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don't dare from there. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
È stato il volere di Dio. È iniziato tutto secoli fa. Una notte, una mia antenata sognò un'entità che veniva da un altro mondo e le annunciava che avrebbe dato
life no go ever sweet without
that thing what we call love. Now that make
Love Factor a very good program where any big person can look and enjoy.
Now the kind program where you for spend time for watch. Now the kind program where you for spend time for sit down for look.
And this program it me I don't learn from and I wonder you say for life.
The Love Factor show is about family, love, counseling,
relationship. We say we dey build and maintain relationship. This na program we say we dey counsel you for let you know how for dey with your partner, let you know how for settle disputes between you and your heart to heart.
Well, you don't hear it for yourself.
Join the Love Factor team
every Sunday, 10 p.m.
for help make we all enjoy love and peace.
Are you tired of watching or listening to uninteresting television channels? Then your worries have been addressed, as the SLBC Podium is the answer to your concern.
The SLBC television show, The Podium, is one of the programs you can't afford to miss as a guest or a viewer.
Oh yes, Podium is a show where the mighty and the low will like to sit because it is a trusted medium to channel your views, concerns, and aspirations for Sierra Leone and other happenings around the globe.
Podium is where you get breaking news because everyone wants to talk to us. If you hear it on Podium, ask no further.
Don't forget to join us every midday from Monday to Friday as we ask the hard questions that you otherwise would have asked to the newsmakers, the movers and shakers of events.
Don't miss the opportunity to be part of Sierra Leone's topmost midday show, The Podium, where the agenda is set for others to follow. Thanks for watching. God bless you. Goodbye.
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I get use.
This is the program where they give you the use where they happen all about the country.
Inside where use, we go take you text, Facebook and WhatsApp message. You complain where you go send us letter to the producer. We dey announce about things them working lost and plenty more.
We are there all about the country. But you self help for being the use to your area.
Where use? The original program where they give you updates.
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I get use.
Do you know the TV show that brings to you the decision makers who determine and shape the country's policies and programs? Bottom Line is the show to watch.
Well, join Asmi Uba as it brings to the table movers and shakers of society and policymakers whose decisions have direct impact on your lives.
Bottom Line comes up every Thursday at 7 p.m. on SLBC TV, Channel 31 with Asmi Uba.
Bottom Line on SLBC TV, a program you can't afford to miss on SLBC TV Channel 31. Join me now.
The show that touches every aspect of society as we leave no stone unturned.
It's Bottom Line, only on SLBC TV.
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I get use.
This is the program where they give you the use where they happen all about the country.
Inside where use, we go take you text, Facebook and WhatsApp message. You complain where you go send us letter to the producer. We dey announce about things them working lost and plenty more.
We are there all about the country. But you self help for being the use to your area.
Where use? The original program where they give you updates.
Where use? You get use?
Yes, I get use.
Fofana, a reporter, a presenter, and an anchor for the SLBC.
I am Dennis Fraser, reporter and presenter here at the Public Broadcaster, and this is the SLBC.
Hi, I am Cynthia Kamara, a news anchor, a reporter, radio presenter, and announcer. I find pleasure in keeping you updated, and it's a pleasure.
Hello everyone, I am Stella Frederica Bangura, a reporter and presenter at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Stay tuned all day, every day. Cheers.
Hi everyone, I am Cecilia Alice Sise, a news anchor, radio and television reporter and presenter, and an announcer. I take interest in stories of human interest, particularly women and girls and minority rights issues. So, keep watching the SLBC, the authentic voice of
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Weyus, and producer and presenter Christian Renditions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Weyus and also reporter at the SLBC, and this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Tabak, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC. I am Tilikoma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
Do you know the TV show that brings to you the decision makers who determine and shape the country's policies and programs? Bottom Line is the show to watch.
Well, join Asmiuba as it brings to the table movers and shakers of society and policymakers whose decisions have direct impact on your lives.
Bottom Line comes up every Thursday at 7 p.m. on SLBC TV, Channel 31 with Asmiuba.
The Bottom Line on SLBC TV, a program you can't afford to miss on SLBC TV, Channel 31. Join me now.
The show that touches every aspect of society as we leave no stone unturned.
It's Bottom Line, only on SLBC TV.
Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, here is an important public notice from the Office of the President. The general public is hereby informed that Armed Forces Day will be observed on Tuesday, 18th February 2025. Accordingly, Tuesday, 18th February 2025 will be a public holiday nationwide.
Wedged between the vast wildernesses of the Atlantic and the Sahara, Mauritania was born of sand and wind. In order to survive there, people became nomads. It's a tough way of life, which has forged the identity of a nation.
The nomadic way of life is disappearing in Mauritania, but I want to remain in the desert until the day I die.
Wise men and women are still passing on their knowledge of the desert and its traditions. They are the sentinels of Mauritania. Times have changed, and nomadism has almost disappeared. Around the world, humans have become largely settled. A quarter of the 4.5 million inhabitants of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania live in the capital, Nouakchott. Nouakchott sprung out of nowhere, emerging from the sand in the 1950s to cater for French settlers. After independence in 1960, the city mushroomed thanks to the waves of drought and resultant rural exodus of thousands of nomads. The bricks and concrete, which now cover the sand, have not killed the nomadic soul of the Mauritanians. At the dromedary market, the roar of automobiles is drowned out by the cry of the animals. And further away, at Nouakchott's fishing port, the clamour of the sailors sounds like an invitation to travel. Hamada, age 25, has no job or qualifications. He must rely on the strength in his arms and his unwavering determination to get by.
To make a living here, my technique is to go to meet the fishermen and to give them a helping hand in the hope that they will give me something in return. A lot of people have quit the nomadic way of life to settle in Nouakchott. Very few people have any qualifications and there's a lot of unemployment, so people look for odd jobs. Luckily, Allah has opened my eyes and now I think I can make a living as a fisherman. I come here every day to try to learn the ropes, but I must admit it's not easy when you don't know anyone. Someone told me about the Imrigan people. Apparently they spend their whole life at sea and are excellent fishermen. I'm curious to know how these people live, so I've decided to head north today to try to learn some of their secrets.
A nation imbued with the Muslim faith and the traditions of the desert. To understand what makes Mauritanians tick, you need to look to their history and geography. Situated in both North and West Africa, Mauritania is 3/4 desert and 1.5 times the size of France. Its population is a cross between local animist tribes, Muslim Berbers originally from North Africa, and Beni Hassan warriors who crossed the Sahara from Arabia. Most of that population, which is 99% Muslim, now lives on the Atlantic coast. North of Nouakchott, covering an area of 12,000 square kilometers, the Banque d'Agar National Park offers board and lodging to migratory birds. This sandy universe with its wind-swept mudflats, is home to the Imragen people. This strange society, geographically and culturally cut off from the rest of Mauritania, is based entirely around the sea. The Imragen people have become hardened sand sailors and understand the caprices of the Atlantic better than anyone. As rugged as the desert they have learned to survive in, the Imragen people are known to integrate anyone willing to learn their ways into their community. The saying goes that you aren't born Imragen, you become it. That means a chance for Hamada, our apprentice fisherman from Nouakchott, to learn a new profession. About 1,500 Imragen people live in Bonk Daga, spread over 8 rudimentary villages. Hamada has been told that the chief of Iwik village is an old fisherman called Nur.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Fine, and you?
I'm fine, thank you.
You're in good health?
Yes, thank God.
What are you doing here?
Well, I'd like to learn how to be a fisherman.
Do you want to learn? We can't integrate you into our society without getting to know you first. You might be a thief, or you might have problems we don't know about.
No, I have no problems. I just want to learn how to fish. I was told you're a good teacher and you have a lot of experience of the sea.
All right, all right. Teaching you is not a problem, but first we need to see how you fare at sea and if you're honest.
I won't disappoint you.
Give us out with the nets, and then we'll see about the rest. Stand on this side and help them haul it in. That's the best way to learn. We need to finish hauling in the net.
And then?
After that, we load it onto the truck. Go on. Make sure it's properly untangled.
Without any further formalities, Hamada joins the Imragen people, anxious to prove himself under the watchful eye of old Nur. Fishing is at the center of every concern here, every activity. The Imragen people spend all their time on land repairing materials and getting the boats ready.
What are you doing?
We're repairing this sail. It's called a pint.
Where does the cloth come from?
We buy the cloth in Nouakchott, and then we bring it here. We give it to the women because they're the ones who do the sewing. Next, we're going to raise the mast. You're going to help us.
Noah has set up camp a few hundred meters from the village. He lives there with his 4 children and his wife, who is in charge of preparing the fish. The Imragen people sell most of their fish to fish merchants from Nouakchott. The rest forms the basis of their diet in this totally arid environment.
Welcome, Hamada. You can sleep in my tent for a while. What do you know about fishing?
I've never been allowed on board a boat. Haven't been to sea yet.
All right, let's start with that. God willing, tomorrow you will set sail with Salek. He'll show you a few navigation techniques.
Is Salek the skipper?
Yeah, he's in charge of the crew. He's also my nephew. If you get on okay, I'll teach you other things afterwards.
God willing.
Noor owns 2 large sailing boats. These boats are typical of the Banque d'Agar region. He has entrusted one of his fishing boats to his nephew Salek, who is going to take Hamada under his wing today. The old man, accompanied by his eldest son, will oversee proceedings on the second launch.
We need to straighten up the mast.
How do you steer?
Watch everything I do. It's not complicated, you'll see. These launches were brought to Mauritania by the Spanish. Then they were handed down to us by our ancestors. The sails and the shape of the hull have been adapted to our sailing needs. Look how easy they are to control. That's important for inching our way between the sandbanks. Come closer. And take that. Push it towards me. That's good. Look straight ahead. Now put the tiller in the middle. Pull it towards you. Can you feel how the wind direction's changed? Now it's coming from the other side. So push it towards me. Try to follow the launch in front. And pull it towards you if you want to go straight ahead. Look over there, those are sandbanks. You would definitely get stranded on them. You can wait hours for the tide to come back in.
So those are the famous sandbanks.
Straighten up the tiller. Pull it towards you. Right, wait. I'm going to need to take over here. Do you see? The channel is nicely marked out. For us, it's like a tarmac road. But if you go outside it, you've had it. Hamada, don't just sit there doing nothing. Go up front and haul in the nets. Go on, haul it in. Hamada, try to pull more evenly. You're here to work. Untangle it as you pull.
What sort of fish is that?
That's tuna. That too. Today's been a good day. We've caught a lot of fish. We've nearly hauled in the whole net. Hamada, you've worked hard today.
What length of net have we hauled in?
The net's 150 meters long. Put the fish in the hold. That's not bad at all. The sail isn't folded properly. Wait, I'll help you. Life as an Imralgan boy isn't easy. You start young, you're taken out on a boat. To teach you to swim, you're thrown into the water several times. You're made to haul in nets and taught how to maneuver the boat. It's hard work, but one day you finish learning and you can pass your knowledge on to the next generation. Noor is like a father to me. I met him when I was a small boy. He taught me some fishing techniques. And I continue to consult him today because there's still a lot more he can teach me. Who's this young man?
It's me, Hamada, the star fisherman.
He's still got a lot to learn.
Don't throw me in the sea yet. I can't swim. Give me a bit more time.
In one day with the Imrigen people, Hamada has learned more than in the past few months at Nouakchott port. This arid-looking outpost might just represent a new departure for him.
I've been very touched by the warm welcome the Imrigen people have extended to me. They've opened their doors to me and agreed to teach me their skills, which might allow me to make a living. So I'm going to stay here for a while. Why not? It might change the course of my life.
The Imrigen people have realized that integrating outsiders into their community is essential to the survival of their traditions. Here, and in the rest of Mauritania, passing on these traditions is the only way for this culture to be kept alive. As you travel inland to the east, the Atlantic coastline gives way to sandy plains and mountain ranges. In the center of the country is the Adrar region, a stony landscape dotted with the odd oasis, providing stopovers for Mauritania's last nomads. Adrar's nomadic shepherds cross the desert tirelessly in search of pastures. The goats and dromedaries they breed for meat and milk are their only currency. Yuba is the father of this family. The youngest child is 17-year-old Deda.
Go slowly, Deda. The animals have heavy loads. You need to find an easy path for the dromedaries to tread.
Yes, okay, Father. But which way should I go?
Go to the other side of the dune. The kids can stay behind. We'll come back for them once we've set up camp.
Deda, don't get separated from us. Wait for your father to tell you which way to go.
Okay. In the desert, we use the mountains or the shape of the dunes to find our bearings. Or else we use landmarks passed on to us by word of mouth. I only know where the good pastures are and the watering places because my father has given me a map. But the map isn't written down on paper. It's in my head. It's a mental map that he has made me learn. It's passed down from one generation to another. We've been traveling for a month now, and we're approaching the Tungad oasis. There's water there and also a camel race. I really want to take part and see if I can win it. This is a good spot.
That was a long day. Zaha, aren't you tired?
When we get to a camp, first we unload the dromedaries, then we find some ground for them to graze on and tie them up. Next we light a fire, put up the tent and start preparing dinner. Careful, father. Don't approach the dromedary from behind, he'll kick you.
Tie the dromedaries up quite tight, otherwise they might wander off too far.
We've chosen a campsite where the sand is soft enough to hammer in our pegs. Also one which is nicely sheltered from the wind.
Hurry up and light the fire! I want my cup of tea! Come on!
Do you think Deda can win the camel race? There will be a lot of competition, you know. But Deda is an excellent camel driver. He has a good chance of winning. Why not do some divining in the sand to find out? There's no harm in trying. I can see a yellow dromedary, and it's going to overtake Deda. What are you talking about? No! I think Deda is going to come second. You listen to me. My Deda is going to come first, number one. No one can beat him. My son is the best camel driver. No, Mother. Deda is going to come second, not first. We'll see about that. We'll see. You've spoiled Deda rotten. You won't even let him ride his dromedaries. Is that what you think? I'm telling you, he could wrestle a dromedary to the ground.
Causing a dromedary to drop to the ground by pulling its tail is a way for young nomads like Deda to prove their strength and courage. It's a rite of passage to adulthood that looks a bit like a desert rodeo.
Go on, Deda! Catch it! Catch it!
Can the women come and assist?
That's it! Catch it and hold on tight! Well done, son!
That's enough. I'm going to tie it up again.
But Deda!
Go on, Deda, you can do it!
I'm not moving.
May Allah grant you a long life. Everyone is waiting. This is a test for you.
No, I can't do it. I don't want to.
Go on,
catch
it! Catch
it!
Stop! I've had enough. He's had me running in all directions. I must have run 20 kilometers.
Once the chores have been done and the evening meal is over, it's time for stories and poems. Poetry sparring matches are one of the oldest nomad traditions. It's a form of mental gymnastics that Yuba and his children indulge in whenever they get the chance.
Praise be to Allah who presents my eyes with the stunning beauty of my country, Ishiv, Kejet, Tejit and Anwaka. I haven't forgotten the greenness of your pastures in autumn, or the sweet scent of the fresh grass that the beasts graze on around our scattered encampments. There is no more beautiful sight than the sky set ablaze on the mountain tops. The north wind pushes the lamb towards its mother. The cup of tea warms the old man's hands. The young gather to exchange the melody of words, poems from yesteryear and today.
Oh, the journey to my parents. I've stayed in Attar too long. I will walk for days, weeks, evenings, to be sure of seeing them again. After Attar and Sayatal, my soul is heavy, but I press on. At the end of the night, here is Tamur, where my parents await my return. Popular poetry occupies a big place in our traditions. We try to outdo one another with poems of praise or nostalgia. This is said to be the country of 4 million poets. The nomadic lifestyle is disappearing in Mauritania. Everyone dreams of moving to the big cities. Our young people are waiting for just one thing, to save up enough money to buy a car, so that they can go and shut themselves behind 4 walls. It's what I see and what I feel.
Personally, I like this life, and as long as my parents are alive, I will stay with them. But if one day they are no longer here, I don't know what God will have in store for me.
I want to stay in the desert until the day I die. The best moments in life are spent here, beside a log.
Tejit, Timinit, Maiden, Agmamin. All these names recited by the nomads in their poetry correspond to places. It's a list of oases that they memorize like a map leading to the one treasure to be found in the desert, water. Tungad is one of the biggest palm grove oases on the Adrar Plateau.
I can't wait to get to Tungad. We'll be able to buy millet and seeds. We need to stock up.
First, we'll give the animals a drink and replenish our water supplies. Fill up the water bottles, fill up the water skins. We need to fill everything up. The next well is a long way away. Did you hear? Fill everything up.
Yes.
Carrying water is never a burden in the desert. Because if you run out, you suffer.
If you've finished filling those up, go to the village to sell a sheep. I need money to buy provisions.
With its stone houses, interspersed here and there with a few traditional tents, Tungad village has witnessed the gradual settling of Moorish people. Yuba and his family have themselves become semi-nomadic. They follow the rains for several months a year and settle in the summer near to oases, such as this one, so as to be close to the wells. As well as being a place to replenish supplies, oases are also trading posts for nomads. And today, Yuba has gone in search of an old acquaintance, Daveda, the chief of Tunga.
Where have you travelled from?
Miles away, a village called Buabul. We've just arrived, and I need to buy some food. In exchange, I'm selling this sheep.
I'll give you 14,000 for it.
Well, that's out of the question.
How much will you sell it for me then?
Are you kidding me?
Tell me how much then.
Well, you're no longer my friend.
All right, I get it. There. There. And there. Take your money. Thank you and goodbye.
Daveda, the chief of Tunga, is also a farmer. He owns several hectares of land in the neighbouring palm grove. In the shade of the date palms, Da and his men have planted barley and carrots. It's an island of green in the middle of the sand.
What I like most in the world is watching the rain fall from the sky. That's the most happiness I can have in life. Because it's rainwater that causes the groundwater to swell. And that water supply allows us to water our plants and keeps the oasis alive.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Mohammed Lemin, are you all right up there? The climb's not too difficult.
No, it's fine.
The palm grove used to extend much further on the other side, but since the desert has advanced, it's grown much smaller. The desert is continually advancing. It's smothering the palm trees, and the palm grove is dying. We're trying to find solutions to halt the dunes by planting trees. That has curbed the advance of the desert a bit. I am not the only guardian of this oasis. All the people who work here take up their shovel or their pickaxe to help protect the palm grove. This is the legacy of my ancestors. I don't intend to abandon it. It's the only home I have.
By preserving this palm grove, Daveda and the villagers of Tungad are also protecting a watering hole that is indispensable to the survival of nomads on the Adrar Plateau. One such tradition is the camel race. This custom, like everything to do with nomadism, is gradually becoming obsolete. Except in Tungad, where Daveda has managed to assemble a group of local camel drivers today. There are 9 camel drivers on the starting line. Deda is the youngest, but also the lightest. His big brother has also decided to take part. Deda and his brother are well placed. They help one another and zigzag in and out to close the gap on their competitors. The course is about 2 kilometers long. By the halfway mark, Dedar has already taken a comfortable lead.
All is well, Father. All is well. Something wrong?
No, everything's fine. It reminds me of the good old days. And of my friends who are no longer with us. The atmosphere, the shouting, all the people who were there. It stirred something in my memory which has been dormant. The camel race used to be a very important event. People would come from all over the Sahara to take part. Things are not what they used to be. Sadly, cars have replaced the dromedaries. I'm very proud of my son. He represents me and he respects me. He came to the desert to keep me company in my final years. I pray to Allah to grant me enough time on this earth to be able to pass all my knowledge on to him.
Passing on traditions while there's still time. The race against time is the same all over Mauritania. The Adrar Massif continues to the east, to the edge of the Sahara. There, a geological structure, 50 kilometers in diameter, the result of subterranean volcanic activity and erosion, scans the stars like a giant eye. It's the Richat structure, otherwise known as the Eye of Africa. Nearby are 2 ancient fortified caravan trading posts, Wadan and Shingeti. Founded in the 13th century, the fortified town of Shingeti was a commercial crossroads between North Africa and sub-Saharan Africa. This desert metropolis was the 7th holy city of Islam and a symbol of the Sahara's nomadic culture. Shingeti was known for its scholars and was, in its glory years, one of Islam's pillars of knowledge. It is said that every building housed a library. Today, there are only 5 libraries left, only 3 of which are still in use. Saif is one of the last remaining librarians.
Did you know that it was distant cousins of our family who introduced tea to Mauritania? People didn't used to drink tea. They infused roots.
Herbal tea?
Yeah, they drank herbal tea. My grandmother always used to say, I must stop drinking all this tea. But the problem is, as soon as you've washed your face in the morning, you fancy a cup of tea. When it gets to midday, tea is a must. And after lunch, well, if you don't drink tea, it's as if you haven't had lunch. Tea at 4 o'clock in the middle of the afternoon is another must. And at night you need a cup of tea too. So, of course, she didn't manage to cut down at all.
Just like every morning, Saif is getting ready to go to work in the family library. But today is a special day. His nephew Mohammed is starting work alongside him as a librarian's apprentice.
In Mauritania, every tribe has its function. There are warriors and blacksmiths, but we are Zwayas. Zwaya means teacher, someone who carries books. We are here to teach and inform. I want to carry on this tradition and work with manuscripts.
There we are at last. This is the library door. I'll show you how to open it. Look at that. Mind you don't mistake it for a toothbrush. You have to find a notch inside. Once you find the hole, you jiggle it, and hey presto, it opens. I'm not immortal. A young member of the family needs to take over from me. Look at these. Our ancestors kept these manuscripts in trunks or in sacks, sometimes in incredible conditions. These cardboard boxes contain our culture. These manuscripts have all been catalogued. For example, under T, you've got theology, and A is for astrology. It's all been properly indexed. And inside there are treasures to be found, some dating from the 15th century. Here, for example, you've got a summary of the writings of Imam Mustafa Khalil. He was a theologian. You need to be extremely careful when you open them. The manuscripts can't withstand the sweat on your hands, or sand, or dust. Look, one part is written in red, and another part in black. The pagination is very unusual. You'll only see that in these works. The last words written here are copied again at the top of the following page. It's a form of pagination.
Oh, yes, I see it. Here and here.
That's right. Follow me. I'm going to show you some others in broad daylight. This is an astrophysics book, which dates back to the 18th century. The West had scholars too, but the Arabs were the first to explore the sciences of astronomy and mathematics. Here you can already see the constellations for Cancer and Libra. The Arabs knew that the Earth was round and that it revolved long before Galileo and Copernicus.
Where do these books come from? How do they all come together?
It depends. Some of these books were written here by members of our family, and some were acquired elsewhere during pilgrimages and business trips. They were bought, exchanged, or given to us out of friendship. And sometimes they contain knowledge that we memorized and then transcribed. That is a skill that has set the inhabitants of Cinquetti apart over the years.
Thanks to the conservation efforts of librarians like Saif, the precious manuscripts of Cinquetti, the Sorbonne of the desert, have resisted the onslaught of time. But nowadays, it is the libraries themselves which are threatened. All around Cinquetti, the desert is advancing, the result of climate change caused by human activity. Adra's old wall towns are gradually becoming submerged in sand. At the request of Saif, Mohammed has gone off to visit the libraries in another ancient town, 130 kilometers from Cinquetti. Wadan, a 14th century fortified city, is also listed as a cultural heritage site. Here too, the city is suffering from the ravages of time, desertification and the rural exodus. Despite these perils, a group of villagers has sworn not to let Ramadan and its traditions die. Today, they are preparing for the Festival of Ancient Cities, which will take place in a few months.
Hello. Welcome. Saif told me you were coming. Come and join us. It's a traditional game, a sort of leapfrog. When they pass from childhood to adulthood, the young must try to find a place for themselves in society. The weakest will suffer at the hands of the strongest. They will be beaten and jumped over. It's almost a test for them.
Why are they touching their heels with their tongues? What does that mean?
It's a game of dexterity. You are upside down. You have to go down without touching the others. It's called the fast and the pilgrimage.
And that?
This game is called the Jumping Virgins. You need to be very strong to support the weight of the others. If one person collapses, the whole team loses. And when one team loses, there is a debriefing and everyone passes the buck, saying, if you were stronger, we wouldn't have lost. Now it's the tug-of-war. Are you playing?
Yes, I'm going to have a go.
Go on then. Go and defend Shingeti's honor. Mahmoudi, it hasn't started yet. Don't start pulling yet. Go on, Mohammed. Pull on the rope. Go on, the man in the blue boo-boo. Put it straight in front of you. Go on, pull. Don't give up. Go on, pull. Don't give up. No, pull harder. Pull harder. It makes me laugh because Mohammed, who has travelled a long way to see us, is getting beaten like everyone else. He should take it as a welcoming gesture. It's our way of saying, you are one of us. It's what you might call tough love. It makes me very happy to see a young man like him show an interest in tradition and culture and these manuscripts. I'm comforted by the fact that they won't disappear, because the young are there to take responsibility for this heritage, this treasure, which has existed since the dawn of time.
On his return from Ramadan, Muhammad was greeted by Saif. The old librarian wanted to take his apprentice to the big dune, which overlooks the surrounding area.
Chinguetti must survive. You must pass this knowledge on. My generation of old people has had its day. It's up to you youngsters to roll up your sleeves now. Bear in mind that you are defending the legacy of your forefathers, and that without you, it will soon disappear. It is all down to you, and you alone.
Saif is training up his successor because passing on his expertise is worth more than a legacy of 1,000 pieces of gold. Just like Yuba the nomad or Noor the fisherman, he knows that Mauritania's heritage now depends on its next generation of sentinels.
Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Here is an important public notice from the Office of the President. The General Public is hereby informed that Armed Forces Day will be observed on Tuesday, 18th February 2025. Accordingly, Tuesday, 18th February 2025 will be a public holiday nationwide.
Happy and blessed birthday to you, Miss Mariama Charles of Ellis Drive, Wilkinson Road. As you are +1, God will protect you and may you live long to celebrate many more birthdays. You are blessed and highly favored. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Congratulations and a happy birthday from Miltina G. Kamara of the SLBC. The death is reported of Mrs. Elizabeth Mansare of 30 Congo Valley Red Pump, which took place on Friday the 14th of February. She is survived by her husband, Pastor John Mansare of the National Pentecostal Church, Nicole Terrace Branch. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call on mobile number 076 647 693. The death is reported of Mr. Michael Prince Moore of 35 Regent Road, Wilberforce, which took place on Saturday the 15th of February. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. The death is reported of Madam Rebecca Amara of 15 Right Path Street off Kissy Road, Freetown, aged 82. She is survived by children, grandchildren, and the rest of the Amara family at home and abroad. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at 15 Right Path Street off Kissy Road or call on mobile number 076 622 803. The deaths announced of Mr. Dolinson Joseph Saki of 36 Ferguson Street, aged 34. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Fatmata Saki, children Denzel and Mohammed, brother Mr. Andrew Saki, sisters Marietta Jarrett, Mrs. Gloria Wilson in the USA, and Janet Saki, mother-in-law Bibi Sise, sisters-in-law Ajoke, Bumi, Kumba, and SK, brother-in-law Mr. Shefu Wilson, several cousins, uncles, aunts, nieces, nephews, close friends, and other relatives at home and abroad. A vigil will be held at 36 Ferguson Street on Thursday the 20th of February at 7 p.m. Funeral service will take place at the Good News Assembly of God Church, Bastille, Brookfields on Friday the 21st of February at 2 p.m. Burial at the Ascension Town Cemetery. Funeral service for Madam Olive Mabinsi Mansare, who died on the 7th of February, aged 39, will take place on Wednesday the 19th of February at the Faith Free Pentecostal Church, Regent's Village at 2 p.m. Burial at the Regent's Village Cemetery. They'll be laying out at the church at 12 noon. She survived by children Eric Jallo and Treasure Musa. Sisters and brothers Susie Bangora in the UK, Fatima, Nima Taronka, Saleh Yandora, Mohammed Mansari, and others. Stepfather Basi Taronka, several uncles and aunts, relatives and friends at home and abroad. The death is reported of Charles Cecilia Bock, which took place on Thursday, the 6th of February. She survived by her father, Mr. Frederick Cecil Bock, mother Letty Chamber, stepmother Mrs. Juliana Kasha Bock, daughter Asatu Jallo, brothers James Cecil Bock, Roland Cecil Bock, James Bangura, Darami Bangura, and Mohammed Sajo, sister Hannah Bock, several uncles and aunts, in-laws, relatives and friends at home and abroad. There will be a vigil at the Open Bible Standard Church on Saturday, the 22nd of February at 7 p.m. Laying out is at a former residence on Sunday, the 23rd of February at 10 a.m. and at the Open Bible Standard Church, Congo Town at 12 noon, followed by funeral service at 2 p.m. Burial at the Congo Town Cemetery. May Mother Earth rest peacefully. Funeral service for Miss Safiatou Thomas, an employee of the Sierra Meteorological Agency, will take place on Friday, the 21st of February at the Florence Sely UBC Church, Congo Water, Wellington at 1:30 p.m. Burial at the Palmer Street Cemetery, Wellington. The body will be laid out at the church at 11 a.m. She died on the 3rd of February, aged 40. She survived by her mother, Mrs. Nancy Thomas, children Esther, Naomi, Ruth, Elijah, and Elisha Thomas, very close friend Mr. Frederick Stevens, several brothers, sisters, cousins, aunts, uncles, relatives, and friends at home and abroad include the Thomas, Lasau, and Cabal families. Sympathizers may call on 077-397-833. May her soul rest in perfect peace. The death took place on Sunday, the 9th of February, of Mr. Alfred Henry John of 3 Ranger Street in Freetown, aged 66. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Palmera John of the University of Sierra Leone, children Frederica John and Alfreda John, stepsons David Conte and Shubuala Macaulay, siblings William and Claudius John in the UK, Reverend Ekunayo Williams of Agape Bible Church, Bamidele John, and Reverend Dr. Willett James. A vigil will be held on Tuesday, the 18th of February at the Bishop Elwin Memorial Church, Macaulay Street, Freetown at 7 p.m. Laying out is on Wednesday, the 19th of February as the family residence, 3 Ranger Street, from 11 a.m. to 12:30 noon, and at the Bishop Elwin Memorial Church, Macaulay Street, Freetown, from 12:50 to 1:50 p.m. Funeral service will be held on Wednesday, the 19th of February at the Bishop Elwin Memorial Church, Macaulay Street, at 2 p.m. Burial at the Circular Road Cemetery.
Transport of delight from thy pure chalice floweth.
Funeral and communion service for Madam Margaret Fatmata Kemo, who passed away on the 6th of February, age 67, will take place at the Jehovah Shammah Methodist Church, Congo Town, on Thursday, the 20th of February at 2 p.m. Burial at the Congo Town Cemetery. There will be a laying out at the Jehovah Shammah Methodist Church, Congo Town, from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. A vigil will be held on Wednesday, the 19th of February at the Jehovah Shammah Methodist Church, Congo Town, from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. She survived by her mother, Haja Mariam Akemo. Children, Donald Kagbo of Pavivot and Mrs. Mary Sawyer. Brothers and sisters, Frank, Felix, Philip, Joseph, Sheku, and Prince Kemo. Sisters, Mrs. Abigail Goatsley, Mrs. Sata Edmondson, Mrs. Princess Davis, and Mariam Akemo. Several nieces, nephews, grandchildren, aunts, cousins, in-laws, relatives, and friends at home and abroad.
Flowing by the throne of God. Yes, we'll gather at the river, the beautiful
The death is reported of Mr. Shepherd Michael Basikoma of the New Apostolic Church and of 28 Seaside Street, who passed away on the 11th of February, aged 70. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Marie Basikoma, children Christian Basikoma, Jatu Kamara, Nancy Basikoma, Michael Basikoma, Emmanuel Basikoma, Jesse Basikoma, and Jessica Basikoma. Sisters and brothers, Banjo, Geneba Ruko, Mabinti, Marian, Moy, Simon, Sidiki Koma, Momo Koma, Brahma Taka Koma, Harold Davis and Harry Davis in the United Kingdom. There will be a vigil at the New Apostolic Church, 24 Wellington Street, on Saturday the 1st of March at 6 p.m. Laying out is at his residence, 28 Sykes Street, Brookfields. Funeral service will be held at the New Apostolic Church, 24 Wellington Street, on Sunday the 2nd of March at 1 p.m. Burial at the Ascension Town Cemetery. Funeral service for Elder Moses Thomas Williams will take place on Sunday the 23rd of February at the Christian Counseling Fellowship Ministry, 70 Years of Vision View, Allentown at 1:30 p.m. Burial at the Colatry Cemetery, Allentown. The vigil will be held on Saturday the 22nd of February at the church at 7 p.m. He died on the 9th of February, aged 80. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Hawa Williams, children Hannah, Abdul Lloyd, Matthew, Samuel, Matthew, and Sumana and Francis Lahai. Several grand and great-grandchildren, in-laws, brothers, sisters, nieces, nephews, close relatives and friends include the General Overseer, Reverend Julian Aconte, pastors and members of Christian Counseling Fellowship Ministry, members of the Sogbini Descendants Association, Honorable Morilengo, Mrs. Betty Ture, retired members of the Silent Police, AIG Johnson, Pam Mustafa, and the residents of Colatry community. In ever-loving and affectionate memory for those we love within the veil, who once were comrades of our way, the wife, daughters, grand and great-grandchildren, remember the 10th anniversary of the death of their dearly beloved one, the Reverend Canon Franklin Thomas Christian Randall, who left this short planet Earth on the 18th of February 2015. Continue to sleep and take your rest as you sleep with the angels in heaven. We miss you so much and we'll never forget you. You're still loved, still missed, and still very dear. Goodbye, goodbye, and good night. In loving and affectionate memory of Mr. Eric Titus Oshile Johnson, formerly of 33 Willow Billion 4. Oh, it was such a sad day on the 19th of February 2010 when you went to be with the Lord. 15 years have passed, yet it seems just like yesterday when someone you love becomes a memory and that memory becomes a treasure. He ever with the Lord, our race well run. I in smile and enjoy. Seek in husband, father, and friend. May you continue to rest in perfect peace. ETOJ, still loved, still missed, and still very dear by your wife, Marilena, children, and grandchildren.
Praising my Savior all the day long. This is my story, this is my song. Praising my Savior.
In loving and affectionate memory of their dear daughter and sister, Miss Michaela French, who left for eternity on the 18th of February 2019. It's been 6 years since you left us, but your memory still lingers in our minds. We love and miss you, but we know you are safe in the arms of Jesus. Sleep on and take your rest till we meet to part no more. By your mother, sister, and brother.
All the day long, praising my Savior all the day long.
Oh Allah, give me
Inna lillahi wa inna lillahi rajiun. The death announced of their mother, grandmother, sister, aunt, friend, and midwife, Mrs. Fatmata Aisatu Namine Conte Kamara Nisise, commonly called Nospi, formerly of Kenema Road Government Hospital and Wazak Community Health Center, age 57. She died on the 14th of February. She survived by her husband, Alhaji Sheku Jibril Mustafa Kamara, in London. Sister Mrs. Salimatu Mabinti Samora. Children Nurse Sharifa Swad Kamara and Geneva Fatima Makuta Kamara. 6 stepchildren, several nieces, nephews, cousins, close friends, and relatives at home and abroad. She has already been buried. Sympathizers may call at 18C O'Neill Street, Freetown, off Model New Road, or call on 075 130 or 072 653 260. The death is announced of Mr. Mohamed Lamin Jane Koji, which took place on Sunday the 16th of February, age 62. Funeral prayers will be held on Tuesday the 18th of February at the Masjid Mubarak Low-Cost Site 1 Mosque after 2 p.m. Burial at the Palmer Street Cemetery, Wellington. Sympathizers may call at 46B Low-Cost Housing, Kisi, Freetown, or contact Dr. Mohamed Koji on 076-667-196. Mr. Kalon Lamin Jane Koji on 077-764-071, or Madam Zainab on 076-478-814.
Funeral and communion service for Miss Mureta Cynthia Amadou Bolaje Tilo of 37 Fitzjohn Street, Hastings, formerly in Banjul, The Gambia, will take place on Tuesday, the 18th February at Vatius Funeral Parlor, home, at 2:30 p.m. The body will be laid out at the Vatius Funeral Parlor at 12 noon. Burial at the Kingdom Cemetery. She died on Monday, the 3rd February, aged 46. She survived by her children, Natalie, Natasha, Nadet, Erika, Francis, Esther, and Lloyd. Several grandchildren, siblings, aunts, in-laws, nieces, nephews, close relatives, and friends at home and abroad. Sympathizers may call at Kanifi South, The Gambia, or 37 Fitzjohn Street, Hastings, or call on mobile numbers 076 354 092, 073 622 014, or +22 991 5332. The death took place on Friday the 14th and Saturday the 15th February of Pastor Michael Sheku Kalon and Mrs. Safi Kalon of number 5 Lower Mellon Street, Wellington. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at their residence number 5 Lower Mellon Street, Wellington, or call on mobile numbers 076 654 750, 079 804 234, or 030 948 093.
Shall we gather at the river where bright angel feet have trod?
The death is reported of Miss Dora Lillian Abiose Lisk, formerly of number 6 Stewart Street off Kutan Road, whose sad event took place on Friday, 7th February, aged 37. All sympathizers may visit number 8 Bailey Street and not number 6 Stewart Street, or call on 034 612 368, 078 199 709, or 077 764 702. May she rest in perfect peace. The death is reported of Mr. Leslie Adeyemi Valicious Coker,
of 16, Biokulane, who died on Friday the 14th February, aged 83. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at his residence or call on mobile numbers 030-166-286, 073-881-049 or 076-613-602.
Here we reach the shining river, lay we every burden down, grace our spirits will deliver and provide a road.
The death is reported of Mr. Robotics Ajisongore, which took place on Saturday, the 17th January at his residence, 11 Winterford Avenue, Manchester, England. A former assistant secretary officer of the establishment secretary, aged 79. He survived by his sisters, Pastor Patricia Bisodu, Clarice Eku Macaulay, and Cecilia Modu Jones. Brother Williams Eku Macaulay, several cousins, in-laws, nieces, nephews, and other relatives all at home and abroad. There will be an evening song at 11 Fomba Drive off Jue Koba Farm on Tuesday 18th February from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Funeral service is at the Anglican Church in Manchester, and a Zoom service on Wednesday the 19th of February at 11 p.m. at the New Life in Christ Ministry, Town. Burial at the Southern Cemetery, Manchester, UK. Sympathizers may call at 11 Fomba Drive, Koba Farm, or call on mobile number 099-168-377, 030-255-633, or 077-329-956.
Heir of salvation, purchase of God, born of his spirit, washed in his blood.
The death took place on the 11th of February of Mr. Abubakar Toure, commonly known as Garincha Otogu, a founding member of the APC Task Force and a member of Firestone Cultural and Development Association and of number 3 Clarence Street, Freetown. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at number 3 Clarence Street or contact Mr. and Mrs. Kojo Pobi on mobile numbers 076-739-722 or 030-164-422.
This is my story, this is my song, praising my Savior all the day long.
The death is announced of Mr. George Abel Matthew Richards, or of 2 Galford Street, Regent Village, aged 66. He survived by his wife, Mrs. Elizabeth Richards. Children, Mrs. Georgiana Sampson, Frederica Olive Richards, Dominic Cisse, Joan Cisse, and Christopher Cisse. Grandchildren, Isaac Terence Bishop and Michael Cisse. Several sisters, other relatives, great-grandchildren, and close friends at home and abroad. A vigil will be held on Thursday, 20th February at Jaruli Lewis Memorial Church at 7 p.m. Funeral service will take place on Friday, 21st February at the Bishop Howard AME Church, Wellington Street at 2 p.m. Burial at the Condom Cemetery. Funeral service for Mrs. Aisatu Neneba Nejalo will take place on Tuesday, the 18th February at the Harvest Ministry Church, Jomo Kenyatta Road at 1 p.m. A vigil will be held on Monday, the 17th February at the residence of the former Chief Justice, Hill Station, Quarter 59. Laying out is on the 18th February at the residence of the former Chief Justice, Hill Station, Quarter 59, from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. and at the APC headquarters Old Railway Line from 11 a.m. to 12:30 noon. Burial at Congo Town Cemetery. Mrs. Aisatu Neneba died on Monday, the 10th February. She survived by her husband, Mr. Yusuf Ba. Children, Esther, Sylvester, Edwin, Rhoda, and Mariama. Several uncles, aunts, brothers, sisters, close relatives, and friends include Chairman Honorable Minkailu Mansare and the entire members of the All People's Congress, APC. In loving memory of Egerton Bori Oluronjube Cole, who passed away on the 17th February 2024. It has been 1 year since you left us, yet it feels as though time has stood still. Our hearts still ache with the loss of a husband, father, grandfather, uncle, and friend. Though you are no longer with us, your presence, warmth, and love are deeply missed by all your wife, children, grandchildren, and extended family, both home and abroad. As we reflect on your life, we honor your memory and the beautiful impact you had on all of us. You left an indelible mark, and we are better for having known you. Though you are no longer here in person, you always live on in our thoughts, our prayers, and actions. Father, in thy gracious keeping, leave we now thy servant sleeping. May you rest in eternal peace, Egerton. We love you and we miss you deeply. From your wife, Emilia, children, grandchildren, and the rest of the family.
The death is announced of Mr. Victor Glenn Cleveland, formerly of 27 Ascension Town Road, aged 80. He is survived by his wife Aurelia Cleveland, children Brian in Canada, Glenna, Vicklin, Victor, and Reginald Cleveland. Sisters, Mrs. Justina Maggie Lake in the UK, Mrs. Rosemary Cleveland Williams in the USA, Natty Cleveland in the USA, Doris Green, Christian Cole family, Doris Allen family, several grandchildren, daughters and son-in-laws, cousins, nephews, nieces, and other relatives and friends at home and abroad include the Clevelands, Ed Williams, Klein Thomas, Courage Taylor, Allen, Keitel, Cocker, Thomas, Pratt, Davis, Marvis, Green, Macaulay, Harris, Cole, Jackson, Joseph, Elber, Sita, Metziger, Kawali, Roy Macaulay, Mrs. Lillian Lisk, The Johnson, Bell, Blake, Buckle, Emily King, Tina Norman, Mrs. Justice Amy Wright, Adekule Kabi family, Garrick, Rose Walton Davis, John, Nicholas, and Mary Morrison families. A vigil will be held on Thursday, the 20th of February at 7 p.m. at the Warren Memorial Methodist Church at Kurutown Road. Laying out is on Friday, the 21st of February at the Wesleyan Methodist Church, Lamina Sanko Street at 11 a.m. to 2:15 p.m. Funeral service is at 2:30 p.m. Burial at the Ascension Town Cemetery. Sympathizers should call at 27 Ascension Town Road, Freetown.
Funeral and communion service for Mr. Alfred Alpha Kamara, commonly known as Bolo or Brabi, who died on the 6th of February, age 62, will take place at the Bishop Hoffman United Methodist Church, Bright Street, Brookfields, on Wednesday the 19th of February at 1:30 p.m. Burial at the Ascension Town Cemetery. The body will be laid out at his residence from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. and at the church at 12 noon. A vigil will be held on Wednesday, the 18th of February at his residence, 6 CJ Drive, Rokel Waterloo Highway at 5 p.m. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Connie Kamara, children Moses, Alfred Jr. and Alfreda Kamara, parents Mr. and Mrs. Augustine Tamba Kambai, brothers, in-laws, cousins, nieces, nephews, relatives and friends at home and abroad. The death took place on the 8th of February of Mr. Ibrahim Sama Bunduka, former laboratory technician at the Chest Clinic, Connaught Hospital, age 54. He is survived by his wife, Mrs. Rita Agnes Bunduka, head teacher, Services Primary School, Wilberforce, and children. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call on mobile numbers 079-239-224 or 076-497-752.
This is my song, praising my Savior all the day long.
The death took place on Thursday, the 13th of February, of Mr. David Atosimbo of 51A Freetown Road, Lumley, aged 57. Funeral arrangements will be announced later. Sympathizers may call at 51A Freetown Road, Lumley, or call on mobile numbers 034-269-091, 076-218-765, or 076-747-575.
My soul, what wondrous.
Funeral and communion service for Ellen Shirley Babylove Leopold, former past pupil of St. Joseph's Convent Secondary School, formerly of Bangura Drive of Angola Bridge Goddard, 15A Benjamin Lane, California, USA, and former staff of Paramount Hotel, who died on the 10th of January, aged 87, will take place at the Ebenezer Methodist Church, Circular Road, on Friday, the 21st of February at 2 p.m. Laying out is at the Ebenezer Methodist Church, Circular Road, from 12:30 p.m. to 2 p.m. Burial at the Ascension Town Cemetery. She survived their children, Colin Dillis Kojo Davis and Akilande Kelvin Cole, both in the USA. Cousins, Mrs. Gerard George in the USA and Mrs. Tokumbo Koka in the UK, Mrs. Adeyemi Lamin, Mrs. Ekundaya Wattenberg, Miss Floris Sawyer and Mrs. Fiorella Becklin in Freetown. Several nieces and nephews, grandchildren, Geraldine Shirley Thomas, Josiah Adams in the USA, and Makeba Georgestone in Freetown. A great-grandchild, Zolani Babylove Collins in the USA. Relatives and friends at home and abroad.
Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation has an important public notice from the Office of the President. The General Public is hereby informed that Armed Forces Day will be observed on Tuesday, 18th February 2025. Accordingly, Tuesday, 18th February 2025 will be a public holiday nationwide.